The joint hearings of the House and Senate committees will come to order, and the Chair makes the following announcement. Pursuant to the rules of the House and Senate Select Committees, and unless otherwise overruled by either one of the committees, the member of the panel presiding has and will continue to preside, act, and make rulings on behalf of both select committees. The committees meet this morning to hear the testimony of Admiral John Poindexter. Admiral, would you please rise to take the oath?
Mr. Chairman, there is one motion that I would like to make before we begin the proceedings, if I may.
You may be heard.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have recently been informed that Admiral Poindexter is the target of a grand jury investigation being conducted by the independent counsel. In light of this development, I have two formal motions to make to the Chair. The first is that the House and Senate subpoenas compelling his testimony be withdrawn until he is no longer in jeopardy of criminal prosecution. The second is that because of this imminent threat of prosecution, I would, in accordance with the House Select Committee rules, that is Rule 5.1-2, request that the committee close down live television coverage of this proceeding. The reasons supporting my requests are compelling, and I will enumerate them briefly. Admiral Poindexter is an individual who shuns the public spotlight that is being forced upon him here today. He has already provided the essential facts relevant to this matter to this committee in an extensive private deposition. You may, if you wish, release that transcript to the public. The nationwide broadcast of his testimony here today, with the hot lights bearing down and the TV cameras grinding away, is a violation of his due process rights and is fundamentally unfair. We believe that the public has a right to know. In fact, the events of the past 10 days have shown that in the court of public opinion, there is a great deal of support for the policies that Admiral Poindexter implemented during his 5.5 years of service at the White House. However, my job is not to consider public opinion, but rather to protect my client and ensure that he is afforded all of the rights mandated by the Constitution. That is, the right to a fair trial devoid of prejudicial publicity, the right to remain silent and not offer defenses during his trial if he so chooses, the right to counsel, the right not to have to expose his theories of defense or risk contempt of Congress for refusing to do so. And finally, the right not to have his grant of immunity twisted, tortured, and manipulated by agreements between the independent counsel and this committee. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the situation we have here today is absolutely extraordinary. In 19 years of practicing law, 11 years as a prosecutor in the Manhattan DA's office and in the United States Department of Justice, and 8 years as a defense lawyer at Fulbright and Jaworski, I have never seen a situation where the primary target of a criminal investigation has been forced to testify before a nationwide audience and have that testimony dissected over and over and over. Mr. Chairman, I can sympathize and I understand that there is a political struggle underway between the Congress and the President. But I request that you as Chairman not allow that struggle to trample the due process rights which the Constitution accords to Admiral Poindexter. As Chief Justice Earl Warren once said, quote, "We cannot simply assume that every congressional investigation is justified by a public need that overbalances any private rights affected. We have no doubt that there is no congressional power to expose for the sake of exposure," close quote. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I submit that in this matter there has been rampant overexposure and speechifying in the halls here of Congress. Let me just sum up by saying that as a practical matter, in most cases, if an individual is immunized, in almost all cases, they are rarely prosecuted. We've heard talk here over these last 10 days about cooperation between branches of government. Well, from the perspective of myself and Admiral Poindexter, there is just one government, and that is the United States government. If there is an indictment in this case, the indictment will not read the President versus John Poindexter. It will not read the Congress versus John Poindexter. And it will not read Lawrence Walsh versus John Poindexter. It will say the United States of America versus John Poindexter. And I say that if that is the case, and if it should happen, then I believe that the Congress and Mr. Walsh should have decided to go one way or the other. Not try to hammer someone for 4 or 5 days in public and then follow up with a criminal indictment. Now let me just say one more thing before we finish, and that is I want to make it clear that Admiral Poindexter has nothing to hide. He has committed no crimes. And if the independent counsel chooses to investigate and prosecute, we will fight it every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing that. I would ask that my motions be considered.
Thank you very much, counsel, for your statements. As I understand it, you have made 2 objections. The first is that you ask the House and the Senate to withdraw the subpoenas that have been issued. The Chair notes your objection and overrules that objection. We have to proceed according to our constitutional responsibilities, Mr. Counsel, as you know. You've made some rather serious charges about this committee being in collusion with the independent counsel, if I heard you correctly. We have worked very hard to respect our role and the role of the independent counsel. Under the immunity statute, of course, we are required to give the independent counsel notice, and we, as an instrument of the Congress, have tried to take into account the independent counsel's role, as we have to under the statute. But we have not been in collusion with the independent counsel in any way. None of us have tried to interfere with his responsibilities, and we certainly have not colluded with the independent counsel. We have respected his role. We want to respect the right of Admiral Poindexter. All of us on this committee have a high regard for Admiral Poindexter, and the chairman does, and I've worked with him for a number of years. It's not our purpose to attack or to impugn or to judge Admiral Poindexter. It is our purpose to try to understand what went on in these very complicated series of events. And we believe Admiral Poindexter to be a very important witness in helping us understand those events. We approach our responsibilities with legislative purposes in mind, and not perhaps the perspective that you bring to these hearings, which is an appropriate perspective, to defend the rights of your client. Now, with respect to your second objection, which, as I understood it, was to request that we close down the television coverage, may I begin by simply reading the rule that is applicable. Rule
Mr. Chairman,
5.
let me just pull out my copy, if I may.
Yes, indeed. I'm reading now from the rules of the House Select Committee, which are applicable here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It is my understanding, I might advise members of the panel, that a vote may be necessary here in both House and Senate. Let me read the House rule, because I'm more familiar with that, and perhaps Chairman Inouye will want to comment on the Senate rule. House Rule 5.1 reads, whenever any hearing or meeting conducted by the committee is open to the public, the committee may permit that hearing or meeting to be covered in whole or in part by television broadcast, radio broadcast, and still photography, or by any of such methods of coverage under the following rules. I think the appropriate rule there is 5.1 parentheses 2 parentheses.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Which reads, broadcast and photographic coverage of testimony of subpoenaed witnesses will, at their request, not be permitted unless a majority of members of the committee voting, there being in attendance the requisite number required for the conduct of business, vote otherwise. It seems to me appropriate, counsel, that you have raised the question, that you're entitled to do that under the rules, and we therefore should vote. And the chair recognizes Mr. Cheney for the purposes of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond just one briefly to your statement? The rule you just read from is from the rules of the the Select Committee. I'm not a House parliamentarian and don't pretend to be one, but I understand that the general House rule had an unequivocal right vested in a witness who was subpoenaed to a committee hearing that he could have the cameras turned off if he wished to do so. There was no option, if you will, whereas this House Select Committee has overridden that standard House rule with its own rules. I want to make this point because I think it's important to emphasize I'm not trying to go after a detail here. I think the tradition here in the House has been to not have to have a subpoenaed witness go under television lights if he doesn't wish to do so. But that was changed by the Select Committee rules. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Counsel, I think you state accurately the general House rules, but the mandate under which these select committees are operating permit our rules to override the general House rules, and therefore we are governed by the House rule that I cited to you. Mr. Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me simply express my respect and admiration for Admiral Poindexter. I, too, have worked with him over the years and look forward to his testimony here today. He clearly is one of the two most important witnesses that this committee will hear from during the course of our inquiry. And while I am not unsympathetic to his concerns, it seems to me it would be inappropriate for the committee to black out a portion of our proceedings so that the American people did not have the opportunity to hear from Admiral Poindexter the testimony he will give. We are obviously prepared to move into executive session at any time it's necessary to discuss national security or classified information, and we'll do our best to safeguard those obligations and responsibilities. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, notwithstanding the motion of Admiral Poindexter's counsel, I move that the committee proceed as planned with televised coverage of these proceedings.
Is there further discussion? If not, Mr. Hyde.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's clear, excuse me, I think it's clear what's going to happen here, and there's an upside and a downside to it, but I want to associate myself philosophically anyway with counsel's point that Admiral Poindexter has answered every question put to him on I believe four separate depositions.
That's correct, Mr. Congressman.
And that counsel was designated by these committees, and that members were designated by these committees, and they were present, and every question asked has been answered. And that counsel is saying, release the transcript. You've got the Admiral's testimony. But to have him come in again and repeat it under circus maximus conditions jeopardizes his constitutional rights to defend himself in an impending indictment. I'm sympathetic to that. It's the reverse of Colonel North's position, which was, I'll tell you the story once, but not twice. Counsel didn't make that argument until now, but the point is to get the information, get Admiral Poindexter's story under oath, and that's been done.
Let me just, if I may, Mr. Congressman, just add one thing to that. Mr. Lyman informed us the first time we went up there on May 2nd that he just wished to test our credibility and get a run-through of the facts, all the facts. We did that. We were up there on 3 occasions thereafter. So we believe the job has been done.
I think there's been cooperation, and I think the Admiral's story is available. It's just not as sexy to read a transcript as it is to have him run through it again. And I know what the vote's going to be, but I just want to say that I'm most sympathetic to the Admiral's position and counsel's, and I thank you for letting me say that.
Is there, Mr. Corder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we're all going to be asked to vote on this matter, and therefore I want to make it clear in my mind what the counsel's request is and why he's making the request. It seems to me that if you release the transcript of Admiral Poindexter's prior testimony, that will be made totally public. It's your motion, in essence, or your request that the entire transcript be given out publicly. And therefore, I really don't understand the additional jeopardy by having live coverage of the questions and answers, which we know and deeply believe will be, in essence, identical to the transcript that you have no objection for their release. And if you, with greater clarity, explain to me the additional prejudice that's going to attach by saying and being asked questions publicly versus the answers being disseminated publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Corder. I appreciate that, and I'd like to respond. There is a distinct difference between sitting in a room with Mr. Lyman and a few counsel. I'm not sure how much of a distinction, but there is a distinction. And answering the questions carefully, without the hot lights of TV. I think I've heard it expressed numerous times over this last week or so that Admiral Poindexter shuns the spotlight. I think there is probably some precedent for immunized testimony being released to the public in some regulated or controlled format. But I'm sitting here looking back on the events of the last 10 days. That's the only perspective I have to go by. And I hear it being said that my client, Admiral Poindexter, is the most critical witness, the most crucial witness. I have the independent counsel telling me that he's the primary target of a grand jury. I have to figure that there's enough case law, and there is, and I've elaborated some of the things in closed session before, to support my proposition that him being up here for the next 4 or 5 days risking exposing his defenses, having to do all the things that he might have not choose to do if he doesn't wish to do in a trial is prejudicial. I think that the comments that will be elicited, some good and some bad, are unnecessary and unnecessarily taint the case. I think that the widespread fashion in which this testimony here today, if TV were used, would be broadcasted directly to the grand jurors who are hearing this case in the District of Columbia right now. I'd have no reason to believe the grand jurors are sequestered. And also to pettit jurors, should there be an indictment during a trial, is beyond comprehension, the amount of prejudice that is generated, the amount of pretrial publicity. So I think those are the reasons. Now, as I said, Representative Corder, we have no objection to telling our story. We have no objection. Mr. Lyman did his job. We have no objection to taking that transcript and releasing it to the public. Those who wish to read it can read it. Those who wish not to read it can do so. But the widespread, pervasive dissemination engendered by the TV coverage, I think, is the problem. I hope that answers your question,
It
sir.
does to a degree, but if I could just follow up. I take it by your response that you find a substantive difference between a transcript being given to the American people, the written word, and those words being telecast live on television, and you form a difference of opinion, you form a distinction between those two things on the basic and fundamental constitutional rights of your client. It seems to me that probably your motion may be relevant with respect to jury selection, but it seems to me that that plays into your hands and not ours. And therefore, with the great admiration and respect for both you and, of course, Admiral Poindexter, my vote would be a vote to object to your motion. Thank you.
The chair might observe that the ordinary procedure in a congressional hearing would not be to have counsel participate in a debate on a motion, but since Mr. Cheney's motion is based on counsel's request, the chair's thought was that it was appropriate to let Mr. Beckler so comment. Are there other comments from members of the House? If not, we will vote and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Purcell. Aye. Mr. Foley. Mr. Rodino. Aye. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Stokes.
Aye.
Mr. Aspen.
Aye.
Mr. Boland.
Aye.
Mr. Jenkins.
Aye.
Mr. Cheney.
Aye.
Mr. Broomfield.
Aye.
Mr. Hyde.
No.
Mr. Corder.
Aye.
Mr. McCullum.
Aye.
Mr. DeWine.
Aye.
The ayes are 13, the noes are 1.
And the motion is carried, and the chair recognizes the chairman of the Senate Select Committee, Senator Inouye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first read Rule 10 of the Senate Select Committee as adopted by the United States Senate. The committee may conduct hearings jointly with the House Select Committee to investigate covert arms transactions with Iran. Rules 3.2, 3.5, 5, 6.1, 2 and including 6.10 and 6.12 of the House Select Committee, to the extent that they are inconsistent with the rules of this committee, shall govern hearings conducted jointly by the two committees when such hearings are held in facilities provided by the House. Notwithstanding Rule 10.2, all such joint hearings shall for all purposes be considered hearings of this Select Committee. As chair of this committee, I would have to point out that according to Rule 10, we will have to abide with Rule 5 of the House Select Committee. To wit, it will require us to take a vote. And I wish as chairman to associate myself with the appropriate remarks of Chairman Hamilton in explaining why this step must be taken, so therefore I will entertain a motion. Senator Rudman.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we proceed in concurrence with the procedures just voted by the House of Representatives.
You have heard the motion. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. McClure?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think any of us can ignore the truth of what counsel has said, that indeed the glare of publicity in televised hearings is much different from that of someone reading a transcript. I guess the analogy shouldn't be overstated, Mr. Chairman, but I doubt very many of the housewives who watch the soap operas would read the script. And I rather suspect that what we have is a national media event that attracts people with the same kind of attention to the detail. The other side of that, however, I might say as a preamble to the other side, and that is that I don't think it's any secret to anyone that I am very disturbed with the fact of these hearings, not just this session. I suppose it was necessary for us to have hearings to try to find out what did happen and what the connection of the President of the United States might have been to the events that did occur. But I am very concerned of the damage that's being done to this country as a result of these hearings, just the very fact of these hearings. And much has been said about the openness of our system, and certainly that is something that we ought to be mindful of and we ought to be grateful about. But I don't believe that there is any adequate weighing of the benefits to be gained from a hearing such as this as arrayed against the damage done to this country as a result of hearings such as this. There's no weighing of the wrongs as against the prejudice to the United States and its interests. However, we are in the middle of those hearings, and we have had those hearings, whether I like it or not, whether I think it was wise or not, or whether the facts that have been ascertained justify them or not. And we are at the point in those hearings where a critical witness is now called before us, and we're in that conflict in which an independent counsel's charge is in conflict with the charge to these committees of conducting these hearings. And so I must very reluctantly say I think we have no alternative but to go forward with the televised hearing, and therefore I will vote for the motion.
Thank you very much. Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can just ask counsel, as I see it, there are two parts to your two questions you've raised here. One is whether or not you should have television coverage and whether that should be imposed upon you, and under the House rules, I think they have acted in accordance with their rules. And I would be for television coverage. I think the American people need to see this and hear it. But the more important part is, should Admiral Poindexter, for whom I have inestimable respect, who I think has served this country very well through many years. Now we'll have to listen to all the testimony to see what the final conclusion should be. But should he be forced to testify again after having spent days, day after day after day, giving depositions? And unlike Senator McClure, I believe that everybody in America, if they had the transcript who was interested in this, would read it. And I believe a lot of people are interested in it, all over this country. Now, I think that's a very important issue. And I respect counsel for raising that issue. I think it's not am I correct in my statement?
Yes, you are, Mr. Senator. Thank you.
I'll tell you why I respect you for raising that issue. Because there is a cloud over all of these hearings. And that cloud is nobody seems to really be able to pinpoint with great specificity the laws that are allegedly broken here. Now, there are lots of allegations. And we're talking about Boland amendments, which are civil statutes without criminal penalties. And we may be talking about obscure fraud statutes, and we may be talking about the catch-all conspiracy. We may be talking about obstruction of justice, although I think there have been some answers to that people should listen to. But the fact of the matter is, there is nobody really defining very carefully, nor is there any easy definition as to just exactly what are the laws that have been broken here. And I have to say, if I was representing Admiral Poindexter, I'd be very concerned about the nebulousness of these type of hearings, the type of accusations you've gone through, and the fact that you've produced Admiral Poindexter for day after day of deposition and testimony. And now if he has to go through the whole recitation again, and of course I don't think you have to go through the whole recitation, just the salient parts of the recitation. If he has to go through that again, then you place him, in a sense, in a double jeopardy sense, to misuse a legal term. fact is that you place him in a situation where he has to testify twice with all of the processes and problems that can arise, and anybody who's ever been through a significant criminal trial understands that there are tremendous problems. And what bothers me just a little bit, I'm going to vote to have Admiral Poindexter testify because I think his testimony is that important to the American people. And I think it overrides, but I also think you have a good legal point that can be raised later. And I just point out to everybody that we spend hours and weeks and months and years worrying about national security problems and making sure they're secure, and making sure that those constitutional problems are taken care of. And sometimes we don't spend an equivalent amount of time worrying about individual rights. And what you're arguing right here happens to be individual rights. And I'm telling you, I think you make a pretty good point. If we do proceed, and I'm going to vote to do it, we do proceed, I think you have a point that can be raised later, especially if somebody tries to allege perjury at a later date because there may be inconsistencies or maybe some twist to a phrase or a term in the process. So all I can say is I think that it's an interesting position, an interesting motion, and it may not hold any water in court later, but it's certainly one for which I hold you in respect.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I was sort of hoping I'd get one vote on the Senate side, but I guess I'm just going to get one on the House side.
Any further discussion? The clerk will call a roll.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
Mr. Nunn? Mr. Sarbanes?
Aye.
Mr. Heflin?
Aye.
Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Mr. Hatch?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Tribble?
Aye.
Mr. Rodman?
Aye.
Mr. Inouye?
Aye.
The vote is 10 ayes, 0 nays.
The ayes have it.
Well, after that diversion, to use a word that's common in these hearings, Admiral Poindexter, would you stand to take the oath, please? Admiral, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Questioning will begin with Mr. Lyman.
You're no longer a private man.
Good morning.
Admiral, are you familiar with the events of the Iran initiative?
Mr. Lyman, I decline to answer that question under my rights under the Constitution.
Including the Fifth Amendment?
The Fifth Amendment.
Chairman?
Admiral Poindexter, I am hereby communicating to you an order issued to the House Select Committee by the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. The order provides in substance that you may not refuse to provide evidence on the basis of your privilege against self-incrimination. It provides that evidence obtained from you under the order may not be used against you in any criminal proceeding. A copy of the order is at the witness table. Pursuant to the order, I direct you to answer the questions put to you. And I recognize Chairman Inouye.
Admiral Poindexter, I communicate a similar order obtained by the Senate Select Committee, which is also at the witness table, and I too direct you to answer the questions put to you.
Admiral Poindexter, the immunity procedure is complete. Mr. Lyman will resume questioning.
Admiral, without unduly intruding on your privacy, I just want to go over some facts in your biography. You're 50 years of age. Is
That's
that correct? What is your present position?
I'm a special assistant to the Chief of Naval Operations.
And you are a Vice Admiral of the Navy.
Technically, I'm a Rear Admiral at this point.
And you were a graduate of the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis in 1958.
Yes.
And you had the distinction of graduating first in a class of some 900 midshipmen.
I did.
And you obtained a doctorate in nuclear physics at the California Institute of Technology.
I did.
And after that, you have served in various positions of command and staff in the Navy until you joined the National Security Council staff. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And among the positions that you held was Executive Assistant to the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Holloway.
Yes.
And it's also fair to say, is it not, Admiral, that if you were wearing your uniform today, it could be bedecked with a number of medals and ribbons, including the Legion of Merit, the Meritorious Service Medal, the Naval Expeditionary Medal, National Defense Service Medal?
Yes, Mr. Lyman. If I may, I'd like to say something about that at this point. I know some people wonder why I am not wearing my uniform, and I'd like to make that point clear in the beginning. I'm very proud of my uniform, and I'm very proud of the United States Navy. But this issue is not a Navy issue. When the President decided in December of 1985 to appoint me as the National Security Advisor, he gave me a separate commission. A commission essentially as a political appointee, filling a position that, although not required to be civilian, often has been in the past. Under this commission, I reported directly to the President on matters that were appropriate, which I'll get into later. In addition to that commission, I also retained my commission as a naval officer, as a Vice Admiral in the United States Navy. All during my time as National Security Advisor, I tried to make a very clear distinction between the two hats that I wore. One, National Security Advisor, the other, a Vice Admiral in the United States Navy. Because these hearings are basically on issues that I handled as National Security Advisor, I chose to appear here in civilian clothes, which I think is entirely appropriate given the nature of the matters under consideration.
Admiral, when did you join the staff of the National Security Council?
In June of 1981.
And at that time, did you serve as the military assistant to the National Security Advisor?
I did.
And when did you become the deputy to the National Security Advisor?
When Bill Clark, who was the National Security Advisor, decided to change positions, and the President appointed him the Secretary of Interior. Mr. McFarland, who was the principal deputy, moved up to be the National Security Advisor. I moved up to be the principal deputy to him, and that was in October of 1983, just shortly before the Grenada operation.
And when Mr. McFarland resigned, you took his place as the National Security Advisor?
That's correct.
And when was that, sir?
Mr. McFarland resigned, as I recall, on the 4th of December, 1985. He actually remained as the National Security Advisor until the 5th of January, although after his trip to London, he pretty much let me handle everything.
And you continued in that position as the National Security Advisor until you resigned yourself on November 25, 1986. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Lyman.
Now, would you really describe for us what the duties are of the National Security Advisor in the administration that you served?
The role of the National Security Advisor is very much dependent on the President. As you probably know, the National Security Advisor is not a statutory position. It is on the personal staff of the President, on the White House staff, technically not on the National Security Council staff. This President, as all of you understand, is a very strong President who believes very much in cabinet government and assigns to his cabinet officers great authority. The nature of the National Security Advisor in this administration changed a little bit over the years. Initially in 1981, at the beginning of the administration, the National Security Advisor reported to the President through the counselor to the President, who was Ed Meese at the time. After the first year, it was decided that that arrangement, for a lot of different reasons, didn't work out very well. And so when Bill Clark came in January of 1982, the arrangements were changed so that the National Security Advisor, as in previous administrations, reported directly to the President, and although not a cabinet officer, was considered a cabinet-level official. That arrangement continued under Mr. McFarland and continued under me. I had direct access to the President. The Chief of Staff, Don Reagan, and I worked together, I think, very constructively. The Chief of Staff's function involves a lot of logistics and domestic issues that have a direct correlation on the national security policy, and so we worked very closely together. The Chief of Staff normally attended my national security briefings at 9:30 every morning. That hasn't directly answered your question, so let me do that now, but I thought that that background was important. The role of the National Security Advisor is to bring before the President the policy options. The President makes policy. The National Security Advisor is responsible for making sure that those policies get implemented. He's responsible for making sure that all of the various policy options are laid out for the President, their pros and cons. If the departments and over which or the departments that the cabinet officers preside over, if they don't come up with all of the possible options, then it's the National Security Advisor's responsibility to supplement those options to make sure that every conceivable aspect of the problem is addressed.
Was it the practice I'm sorry, do you wish to supplement the answer? Was it the practice of the National Security Advisor during your tenure to brief the President every morning?
Yes.
And that was what's known as the 9:30 briefings?
Almost every working day during nearly the year that I was National Security Advisor, I met with the President from 9:30 to about 10.
And did the matter of which subjects to brief the President on involve an issue of judgment for the National Security Advisor?
Yes, it is clearly a judgment call. It is often a difficult decision because of the breadth of responsibility of the President. You can't spend too much time on any one particular subject. But generally, the policy issues were briefed to the President. Implementation details of how the government was carrying out the implementation of his policy, there was usually little time for.
Now, did you brief the President on the issues and subjects that he had a keen interest in?
Yes, that I did.
And I take it that in performing your duties, you had the advantage of having served as a deputy to Mr. McFarland and understanding what the President was interested in and how this process worked.
Yes, I had the great good fortune to have observed and worked with the President for 4.5 years before becoming the National Security Advisor, so I felt that I did have some advantage there.
And apart from the morning briefing, your understanding with the President was that there was no restriction on your access to him if it was required.
That's correct. I could either go to his office or call him on the telephone.
And just to dispel some myth, you did not have to have the Chief of Staff with you when you saw the President. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The President made himself accessible to you as it was required.
That's correct.
And on the other hand, I take it you were sensitive of the other time demands on the President.
That's correct.
Now, you also would present to the President, as part of the morning briefing or as required, various papers that would require his attention. Is that so?
Yes, our standard routine was to give him a folder every morning at the 9:30 briefing that had various intelligence reports and policy issues in it.
And is it fair to say, based on your experience, that the President of the United States is a reader?
Yes, he reads everything you give him.
And therefore, deciding what to put before him also involved a matter of judgment in terms of his time priorities.
That is correct.
Now, there's been much made about your habit of taking notes, or your practice of taking notes. During the period that you were the Deputy National Security Advisor, if I can use that term, did you take notes of meetings with the President attended by you and Mr. McFarlane?
I did.
Just objection to one. There's been much made about the practice of taking notes.
Sorry, I will withdraw that comment.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman.
Admiral, did you take notes?
I did, but as you have seen, they're not as extensive as people thought.
And for what purpose did you take notes?
Primarily as reminders to me to do things. They were essentially checklists.
And when you became the National Security Advisor, did you take notes?
Not nearly as often, because I find that I have difficulty in leading a discussion, and usually in meetings that involve national security issues, the President's practice was to have the National Security Advisor lead the discussion, and concentrating on the flow of conversation and taking notes is not one of my abilities.
And what happened to the notes that you took?
The notes that I took were left primarily in the White House NSC files. I did have one small loose-leaf notebook that I routinely had kept in my briefcase. The day that I left the White House, I happened to have that notebook in there, and I have turned the appropriate notes out of that notebook over to the committee, and the committee has had an opportunity to see the rest of the notes.
And you've also been given in the last several weeks access to some of the other notes that you kept and that had remained at the White House. Is that so? Let me rephrase the question. I don't want to get into a debate as to how much of your notes are there or not there. Did you destroy any of your notes in November 1986?
I did not destroy any of my personal handwritten notes.
And you left behind notes that you had taken during your tenure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have shown you some of those notes, and you've seen some of those notes over at the White House since you've begun your private testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would like to have seen them earlier. In fact, in December, we asked the White House for some of my notes, and those have only very recently been made available.
Now, one last thing on this matter of the morning briefings. Who would normally attend the morning national security briefings with the President?
If the Vice President was in town and not traveling, he would be there, the Chief of Staff, and I would usually take my deputy.
Now, let's turn to the Iran initiative. Were you advised sometime in August of 1985 by Mr. McFarlane that the President had approved some Israeli transaction with Iran?
Mr. Lyman, that is a very fuzzy time period for me. As I'm sure you can appreciate, the breadth of responsibility of the National Security Advisor is very broad. And one of the reasons, of course, of having a principal deputy is so that two people can work the issues. And although we did not have a written understanding of the division of responsibilities, there were clearly some issues that Mr. McFarland followed very closely, and there were other issues that I followed. He also tended to concentrate on the President and the Cabinet officers, and I concentrated at the Undersecretary, Deputy Secretary level of the departments. So, yes, this of course, the reason I bring this up is that the period of time you're asking about, August of 1985, I was the deputy. And I did not have primary responsibility on this issue. Mr. McFarland had met with the Israeli officials. I had missed a significant NSPG meeting in August of 1985 while I was on my week's leave, which I was able to work in annually. And I have a vague recollection after hearing Mr. McFarland's testimony earlier in the sessions of a call that he got from the President at Camp David over a weekend. I am very fuzzy on the content of his report to me later as to the description of that call. And I have tried very hard to remember it. I don't have any notes that cover it that I have been able to find. So I really, it is hard for me to say with absolute confidence that I was aware in early August, which I think is when the call that he described took place, or when his recollection says it took place.
But you did become aware that there was an Iran initiative.
Yes, I did.
And you became aware of that from a conversation with Mr. McFarland.
I did.
And I take it that you did not participate in any of the conversations that Mr. McFarland was having with either the President or the Secretary of State or the Israelis about that initiative at that time.
None that I recall.
Okay, now, in November of 1985, Mr. McFarland went off to the summit with the President and the Secretary of State. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were left behind in Washington.
That's right.
And during that period in November of 1985, did you get drawn in to a transaction that the Israelis were having involving hawks? $17.
Mr. Lyman, I would not characterize it as I was drawn in. While Mr. McFarland was in Geneva, I received a telephone call from Commander Thompson, who was his military assistant and later mine, and said that Mr. McFarland had called Colonel North to ask him to work on an Israeli problem that they were having with aircraft. Commander Thompson was very oblique in his references to the telephone, or over the telephone, because it was a non-secure line. The purpose of the call, I assume, was just to alert me that Colonel North had received some tasking from Mr. McFarland in Geneva. And after that, I called Colonel North over to find out what the issue was. And I can't recall whether in that first meeting with Colonel North that it was clear that Hawk missiles were involved, but it was, my recollection is that it was clear that some kind of weapons were involved.
Okay. And do you recall, if you look at Exhibit 17, See if they can postpone the break and get to it by 11.
I have it.
And this is a prof note from you, from Oliver North, to you from Oliver North.
Yes, it is.
And it's in November 20, 1985, prof note in which Mr. North stated the Israelis will deliver 80 modified Hawks. He went on to say, and I'm still quoting, there is a requirement for 40 additional weapons of the same nomenclature for a total requirement of 120. And he referred to the fact that as a result of this, there was an expectation of the 5 hostages being released, and that the only requirement for the United States was to provide replenishment of those Hawks. Do you recall that, sir?
I do now.
And you've looked at a lot of documents over the last month, and do you also recall that you got involved in dealing with the Defense Department at one point in seeking the reimbursement of the Hawks for the Israelis?
Yes, Mr. Lyman, that's correct. I'd like to add one point here, and that is that as everybody can imagine, with the importance of the issues that are being discussed here, I have spent a lot of time since leaving the White House trying to reconstruct, to the best of my ability, what happened. And the committee staff and the White House, as I said, have recently made a significant number of documents available, and I have gone through many of these. So my recollections have been refreshed from what they were in November of 1986.
Now, Admiral, did there come a time in connection with this transaction when the CIA sent over to you a proposed finding for the President to sign?
Yes, Mr. Lyman, that is the finding that I discussed with you earlier on the 2nd of May, which I destroyed.
Now, if we look at that finding, it's Exhibit 18 in the book, and I'll put it up there. Did you receive the letter of November 26, 1985, from William Casey addressed to you, which says, pursuant to our conversation, this should go to the President for his signature and should not be passed around in any hands below our level?
I did receive that.
And did you receive the finding with it? Is that correct?
Well, I must say that I don't actually remember getting it, but I'm sure that I did,
Right.
and
Now,
I'm sure they came together.
Now, Admiral, when you saw the finding, am I correct that the finding itself was essentially a straight arms for hostage finding?
That is correct. It had been prepared essentially by the CIA as a what we call a CYA effort.
Now, did the President of the United States sign that finding?
As I've testified before, he did, on or about the 5th of December, and I'm vague on the date.
Mr. Lyman, I'm going to ask you to just let him finish. I know you have a lot of questions, and we're going to answer them all, but don't interrupt, please. The end, you know, that puts a little chill on this witness.
Mr. Beckler, I've tried not to interrupt, and I did not intend to, and I apologize. Sometimes it's not clear whether the witness has finished his answer, and I saw when I interrupted that I had, and I apologize to you.
We have plenty of time here.
Counsel,
No, we're not in a rush.
Counsel, may I suggest to you that when you have a comment or objection,
Excuse
that
me,
you
Mr.
address
Chairman.
it to the chair,
I'm
and not
very
to the
sorry about
council
that.
or not to members.
Yes,
That-
Mr.
I think
Chairman.
that'll be helpful. Thank you.
Now, do you recall who was present when the President signed the finding?
No, I don't. One of the reasons that I think my recollection is very poor on the the circumstances of the President actually signing this is that recall that that was a day or so after Mr. McFarland had resigned, and the President had just, I guess we had announced it on the 4th. Mr. McFarland actually resigned, I think, on the 30th of November. We announced it on the 4th of December, and my recollection is that he signed this the following day on the 5th. My recollection now is that the CIA, especially the Deputy Director, John McMahon, was very anxious to get this signed. I frankly was never happy with it because it was not fully staffed, and I frankly can't recall when I showed it to the President who was there or exactly what the discussion was, or even what I recommended to him at this point. I simply can't remember that.
But you do recall that whatever you recommended, the President read it and he signed it.
Yes, he did. He did sign it.
And there was, in fact, the recommendation from Bill Casey that he sign it, and Bill Casey was a person whose advice the President valued.
He did.
Now, what happened to that finding?
As I said earlier, I destroyed that by tearing it up on the 21st of November because I thought it was a significant political embarrassment to the President, and I wanted to protect him from possible disclosure of this. To get into the details of exactly how it happened, which I assume you're interested in.
Yes, when you say the 21st of November, you're talking about the 21st of November, 1986.
1986, that's correct.
Now, would you tell the panel the circumstances of your destroying this finding because you thought it would be a significant political embarrassment to the President?
I will. The finding, the existence of the finding, I had completely forgotten in early November 1986. As I said before, the finding initially was prepared by the CIA for the reason that I stated. I can recall in my time at the White House one or possibly two other findings that had a retroactive nature to them. I frankly was always uncomfortable with that because I thought it didn't particularly make a lot of sense. The finding was very narrow. It was prepared before there had been thorough discussion of the issue. As I said earlier, I came into the issue in a full, responsible way in early December of 1985. Prior to that time, Mr. McFarland had handled it. I felt that it was important that we improve on this finding so that we clearly lay out what the objectives were in the Iranian initiative. And as we'll get to, I'm sure there were other findings in January. But anyway, after this finding was signed, it was retained in my immediate office, and at some point after it was signed, I had apparently given it to Commander Thompson, my military assistant, to put in an envelope in his safe to keep. I had, as I said, completely forgotten about it. On November the 21st, when Ed Meese called me and said, well, to go back a step, we had run into a problem in November. of what had actually happened in 1985. It was very dim in people's memories. We didn't think we had much in writing. As I think you've heard Colonel North testify, we frankly did not realize the old prof's notes existed. My policy was to erase them, and I apparently did it the right way, and I don't think Colonel North did it the right way. So we didn't have the benefit that these committees have in going back over these old prof's notes, or we didn't realize that we had that opportunity. But Ed Meese and I had talked many times during the month of November, and when it became clear that there was a disagreement between cabinet-level officials as to what had happened in November of 1985, he indicated that he wanted to come over and ask the President to have a fact-finding session, primarily with the cabinet-level officials involved, to try to sort out what had actually happened in November of 1985. And he called me early in the morning on the 21st of November and told me this. And he said he had an appointment to see the President at 11:30, and he wanted me and Don Reagan to go with him, which we did at 11:30. He told the President about the controversy, or not really controversy, the different recollections as to what had happened in November, and said he thought it would be useful if he would have a couple of his people and his that were close to him look into the matter to see if they could piece together what had happened. The President readily agreed, as I did at that point, because here we had Mr. McFarland on one hand and Secretary Schultz on the other hand recalling different recollections as to what had happened in the early days of November of '85. So Ed called me after lunch, as I recall, and said that he was going to send over a couple of his people either that afternoon or the next day, and I'm not sure which. And he asked if I would have the appropriate documents pulled together so they could take a look at them. I said I would do that. After he called, I called Commander Thompson and my military assistant and asked him to take charge of pulling these documents together. And then I called Colonel North and told him that of my conversation with Mr. Meese and asked him to cooperate with Commander Thompson and Mr. Meese's people. I called Colonel North because he was very protective of the documents he had, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the tasking that I'd given Commander Thompson. Later in the afternoon or early evening, Commander Thompson brought into my office the envelopes that I had given him earlier containing the material we had on the Iranian project in the immediate office, which was essentially the various findings. And he pulled out this November finding. It was actually signed in December. And my recollection is that he said something to the effect that that they'll have a field day with this, or something to that effect. And my recollection is that the import of his comment was that up until that time in November of 1986, the President was being beaten about the head and shoulders, that this was, the whole Iranian project was just an arms for hostage deal. Well, this finding, unfortunately, gave that same impression. And I frankly didn't see any need for it at the time. I thought it was politically embarrassing. And so I decided to tear it up. And I tore it up, put it in the burn basket behind my desk.
Did you, sorry.
I can't recall, but I believe that Colonel North was there in the office, but I'm a little fuzzy on that point.
Was Commander Thompson there when you tore it up?
I believe he was, but I can't swear to it. I know he brought it in, and I can recall his comment, but exactly how long it took me, because when he made his comment, I said, well, let me see the finding, and he pulled it out and gave it to me, and I read it, and at some point after that, I tore it up. But it was within a short period of time.
Now, Admiral, you talked about the fact that you were being Admiral, you talked about the fact that the President was being beaten around the head and shoulders by the media for sanctioning an arms and hostage deal, and that this finding seemed to corroborate it, and you therefore destroyed it in order to prevent significant political embarrassment. Did you regard one of the responsibilities of the National Security Advisor to protect the President from political embarrassment?
I think that it's always the responsibility of a staff to protect their leader, and certainly in this case where the leader is the Commander-in-Chief, I feel very strongly that that's one of the roles. And I don't mean that in any sense of covering up, but one has to always put things in the President's perspective, and to make sure that he's not put in a position that can be politically embarrassing.
Now, Admiral, a finding represents a decision of the President of the United States, correct?
It
It is, and I think you got to give me time.
a finding, I don't believe is discussed in any statute. It is discussed in various presidential directives. It is an artifact of what the statute calls a presidential determination.
And the President, when he signed this finding, was making a determination.
That's correct, but it's important to point out that the finding, that early finding, was designed for a very specific purpose, and was not fully staffed, and did not in any way ever represent the total thinking on the subject.
The President didn't authorize you to destroy the finding, correct?
He certainly did not.
And whether the finding was fully staffed or not, or represented the full thinking or not, the President did sign it after reading it.
Yet,
Mr.
correct?
Chairman, I'm going to object here. This is I think it's been established that the President signed it. There's been no hesitancy about that. The question has been asked and answered several times. I'd ask the Council move on to the next subject.
I'm moving.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
And, Admiral, this finding constituted, in your words, an artifact, but a document that provided authorization for what the CIA had done in November of 1985, correct?
yes, that's correct, but it is, I mean, the question is, as has been discussed in these hearings up to this point, is that a finding, whether it is in writing or verbal approval or whatever form the President's determination takes, has to be done before the fact. And I never felt on this finding or any of the others, and as I say, I think there were two, that the retroactive nature was not really a very good mechanism.
In addition, this
The question was, excuse me, Mr. Lyman, but the question in my mind was what the President had approved ahead of time.
and this finding also was prospective. It wasn't just retroactive, but it was prospective in its language.
It was, but not adequate in terms of addressing the prospective nature.
You concluded that it wasn't adequate. You've said that already. Now, when you destroyed this finding, was it your intent to really make it appear that no such determination as the one that's there on the wall, arms for hostages, ever took place by the President?
Would you repeat that, Mr. Lyman?
Was it your intent that no one know that this document was in fact signed by the President of the United States?
At what point, objection, at what point in time?
When you just ripped it up.
Well, when I ripped it up, the reason that I ripped it up was that from my sad experience over many years in the White House, I had concluded that if any paper left my office, I had no assurance whatsoever that that paper wouldn't leak. At that point, if that paper had leaked out, it would have reinforced the story that all we had in mind in the beginning on the Iranian project was arms for hostage. That was not the case. The finding did not in any way present a total accurate description of what Mr. McFarland had in mind, what I had in mind, or what the President had in mind. It addressed part of the issue.
How did you know when you ripped it up that the President would not recall that he had signed that finding and asked for it?
Well, if he had and had asked me about it, and this is a hypothetical question, but based on my past experience on such issues, I would have told him exactly what I'd done with it.
Were you conscious at the time that you took your action that there was a Presidential Records Act that related to the preservation of documents signed by the President of the United States? Civil.
As I've said earlier, after this December finding was signed, I tasked and we did produce a much more detailed finding that addressed the total picture. And as I looked at that December finding in November of 1986, my thinking was at that time that that finding had been superseded by the January 17th finding. I didn't spend a lot of time in making that decision, analyzing exactly what that meant, but my best recollection of my thinking at the time was that this finding had been superseded, wasn't really applicable at the time. It did, obviously, with hindsight, cover a time period between early December when it was signed and January the 17th when the final version was signed. And I am aware of a Presidential Records Act. I must say that I did not think about that at the time.
Okay. Admiral, I don't want to embarrass you by belaboring this any more than you wanted to embarrass the President. I just want to ask you this, that the fact is that this finding remained in effect until January when there was a new finding. Am I correct?
That's correct, for a
And-
period of about 6 weeks, 6 or 7 weeks.
And it is also a fact that findings get superseded or terminate all the time. Is that so?
That is correct.
And it is a fact that they are not destroyed just because they expire or because a new finding is adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to that question. That's a conclusion. There's no basis for him asking that question, no foundation for it. I'd ask it to be strict.
Counsel, your objection is overruled. I just want to say that I recognize, of course, that counsel is accustomed to the rules of evidence in court, which, as you know, is much stricter than we have here. And for our purposes, we will permit questions which go to a legislative purpose. That it certainly includes the oversight responsibilities of the Congress. And it's the intention of the chair to permit counsel and members to have very broad leeway in asking questions. The objection is overruled and counsel may proceed.
Mr. Lyman, I honestly don't know whether other superseded findings are destroyed or not. We handle this series of 3 findings outside of our normal system. We did have a formal process through which most findings were managed, and I frankly don't know what the records people do with superseded findings.
Well, in any event, you never destroyed a finding before that had been signed by the President.
I don't believe I did.
And the reason that you destroyed this was not because it was superseded, but because it had the potential for a political embarrassment.
That's
Mr. Chairman, I have to object again.
I
The
will-
testimony did not support that glittering generalization by Mr. Lyman.
I think counsel has withdrawn his question. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
counsel.
sir.
Is the reason that you destroyed that finding because it would provide political embarrassment?
yes,
Thank you. Now,
clearly.
let's go to the, on December 7, 1985, after the finding had been signed by the President, there was a meeting, was there not, between the principals of the National Security Council?
Yes, there was.
And you recall Mr. Weinberger was there, and Secretary Schultz was there, Don Regan was there, Mr. McMahon of the CIA was there. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, there's been testimony about this. The only reason I'm going to ask you about this is because there were certain perceptions in the Tower report as to whether the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense really expressed their views forcefully. Would you tell us, Admiral, whether the at this meeting there was a discussion again, or there was a discussion of the Iran initiative? Is that so? You have to say yes or no in order for it to be picked up by the
yes, there
stenographer.
was. This December 7th meeting was the first opportunity that I can recall that I had to hear the President personally, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, talk about their feelings about this initiative that had been proposed by the Israelis.
And the subject on the table was an Israeli initiative under which the Israelis would ship arms to the Iranians and we would replenish the arms. Hopefully there would be better relations with Iran, and as a token of good faith, the American hostages would be released. Is that a fair summary?
Well, I think it's a partial summary.
Well, why don't you complete it?
Yeah, we had been concerned in the National Security Council for some period of time with the situation in Iran. Unfortunately, we have very poor intelligence on what's happening in Iran. The National Security Council staff had prepared a draft finding earlier in 1985 to try to get the government focused on what we saw as a very significant looming problem in Iran as Ayatollah Khomeini eventually passed from the scene and there was some sort of succession. We didn't want a repeat of the 1970s when things were happening in Iran that we weren't aware of and eventually went out of our control and out of control of the government there. We wanted to preclude that possibility in the future, and we felt that we needed to take an initiative to get closer to people in the Iranian government so that we could find out what's happening and hopefully have some influence in the future, or at least have information on which to base the United States policy.
Admiral, see if this part is correct, that the currency for trying to get that influence that was being demanded, as reported by the Israeli, involved arms.
That is often the currency of any sort of business in the Middle East.
And in this case, that was the currency being demanded.
Yes, that is correct.
And it is also true that we did not want to authorize arms shipments to the Iranians unless we were assured of getting our hostages back. Is that so?
As I was trying to lay out a moment ago, what our concerns were, what our major objective was. The President was clearly also concerned about the hostages. The President is a very sensitive person, and he is concerned about individuals when they're in difficulty. And so he, just as a human being, was concerned about the hostages. I don't think that the President is overly concerned about them, but he recognized that we did have an opportunity here to try to get the hostages back. And there was no way that we could carry on discussions with Iranian officials about broader objectives until we got over the first obstacle. And the first obstacle was to get the hostages back. And the President felt that it was worth taking some risks here.
Now, did the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense express objections?
They expressed, as opposed to some reports, very strong, vociferous objection, and clearly laid out for the President the other side of the issue.
And without going into undue detail, could you just tick off the points they made?
Well, they're the obvious points that have been made since this all has become public. Secretary Schultz was concerned about our operation to staunch the flow of arms into Iran, which is one of the methods that we are using to try to stop the war between Iran and Iraq. After all, our policy objective there is to stop the war. The policy objective is not to have an arms embargo. You don't just go out and have an arms embargo for nothing. The reason that we have an arms embargo against Iran is because we want to try to influence the end of the war. But in its simplest terms, what was being proposed here was not in accordance with that particular method that we were using. He was concerned that if the European countries found out about it, that it would lessen their willingness to cooperate. In reality, though, in my opinion, we've never had good cooperation from anybody on Operation Staunch. The European countries continue to send military equipment and supplies into Iran. Iran's been able to carry on the war for 6 going on 7 years now, I guess. Other objections were that it was contrary to the Arms Export Control Act. Secretary Weinberger had slightly different reasons, but they're generally along the same lines.
And there's no doubt in your mind that the President listened to and understood those objections.
I have a very vivid recollection of that meeting, and it was in the residence. The President had pulled a footstool up to the coffee table and sat there very quietly, as is his nature, listening to all of the discussion up to that point, listening to Secretary Schultz, Secretary Weinberger, Mr. McFarland. I had very little comment, and I don't recall the Chief of Staff saying very much. Mr. McMahon was there, commented a little bit about some of the technical aspects of the initiative. I had spoken to Director Casey about the meeting before it took place, and knew that at that point that Director Casey was in favor of the idea. And the President listened to all of this very carefully. And at the end of the discussion, at least the first round, he sat back and he said something to the effect, and this is not a direct quote, but it was something to the effect that I don't feel that we can leave any stone unturned in trying to get the hostages back. We clearly have a situation here where there are larger strategic interests, but it's also an opportunity to get the hostages back. And I think that we ought to at least take the next step.
Counsel, is this an appropriate time for recess?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The joint committees will stand in recess.
Really? Either one?
Secretary,
The select committees will resume sitting. Mr. Lyman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, at the December 7th meeting,
And you have
No.
to switch it on here.
at the Admiral, at the December 7th meeting, was there any discussion of the November Hawk shipment?
Mr. Lyman, I can't recall that. I'd be surprised if there weren't, but I frankly, I'm not sure.
And is the same thing true with respect to the tow shipment that took place in September by the Israelis?
Yeah, I'm reasonably sure in hindsight that it was probably covered, but my recollection of Mr. McFarland's introduction of the issue was that he probably provided a review of what had happened up to that point, but frankly, I can't remember that review very well.
Right. And as I understand your testimony, the bottom line of the December 7th meeting was that the President listened to the objections, listened to the arguments for this, recognized the risk, said he was prepared to take that risk, and made a decision that at the very least Mr. McFarland should go to London. Fair?
Yes, that's fair. And I don't want to leave the impression that this was a stilted meeting. In other words, it wasn't a situation where, as you probably have seen from some of the agenda for NSC or NSPG meetings, where each cabinet officer had so much time and Mr. McFarland provided a summary. This was a very freewheeling discussion. And frankly, my experience is that if you want to have a discussion like that, which is what we wanted a freewheeling discussion. You have it over in the residence in a less formal setting where everybody can be comfortable. You only have principals in attendance. You don't have a lot of staff around. And everybody feels free to express their view without it being published in the Washington Post the following day. And so this was a very freewheeling discussion. Everybody spoke very frankly. Secretary Schultz and Secretary Weinberger spoke more than once. There was a lot of give and take in the discussion. But in the end, the President decided that Mr. McFarland should make the trip to London to check out this Israeli channel so that we could, the President could take a decision based on firsthand U.S. information.
Now, when Mr. McFarland returned from London, did you speak to him?
I did.
And you spoke to Colonel North?
I did.
And you received Colonel North's memorandum summarizing the meeting, which is our Exhibit 22.
Yes, I have a vague recollection of seeing that at the time.
Right. And Admiral, did Mr. McFarland brief the President with you there on his views?
Yes, as I said before, after Mr. McFarland came back from London, he pretty much turned over the entire operation of the NSC staff to me, and he came in, as I recall, he got back on a Monday, and as my recollection is, he came in to give the President a debriefing on the Tuesday, 9:30.
And did he express a very negative view toward Mr. Gabanafar?
Yes, he did. He you know, we didn't go into this thing in a naive way. As soon as Mr. Ghorbanifar was identified as the channel that the Israelis were were using, and I can't remember at this point when we learned that, but it was prior to December. And we checked the man out with information from our own intelligence services, and we knew what kind of person Mr. Ghorbanifar was. We knew his polygraph record, as has been discussed in these committees before, and we were aware of that. Mr. McFarland confirmed all that when he came back, and his position was, as I recall, that unless we could get a better channel, that he was very dubious that we would make much progress with this particular channel.
Now, did Colonel North express the view that if you didn't continue with this channel and continue with arms shipments, that the hostages would be killed? It's in that memorandum.
Yes, he did express that in the memorandum, and
it's fair to say he also expressed that on other occasions after that.
yes, that is correct. That was his personal view and assessment of the situation.
Was that view communicated to the President?
I'm certain it was. I can't recall the specific conversation, but I'm confident that it was raised.
Do you recall what effect, if any, it had on the President to be told that if you don't authorize shipments to the Iranians, that since we've built up expectations, they'll be killed and it will be blamed on you?
Well, I don't know that I would want to testify as to that having a disproportionate impact on the President. My assessment of the President's thinking is more that he knew that we had been trying for a very long time, essentially since the first hostage was taken. We had been working very diligently to find some way to get the hostages back, including rescuing them. We were devoting extensive resources to the problem of locating the hostages. The President said publicly numerous times that we were working very hard to get the hostages back, but that the details of what we were doing had to remain secret. So it was common knowledge by everybody as to what he was stating. Of course, I think at least some of the media tended to downplay what we were doing or what they thought we might be doing.
No. Admiral, on January 2, 1986, did the Israelis come to visit you with a new plan?
Yes.
And was it Mr. Neer?
Yes, Mr. Neer, who was a special assistant to Prime Minister Peres, Shimon Peres of Israel, came to town in late December, and I agreed to meet with him on the 2nd of January.
And you have presented to us your notes of that meeting, which are Exhibit 23.
I have it.
And let me see if I can summarize it based on the notes and the testimony that you've given previously. Mr. Neer presented a proposal for an Israeli initiative that he wanted the United States to give support to, but it would be an Israeli initiative.
I would characterize it, it was an Israeli initiative, but it was something that they wanted to do that they also thought was in the U.S. interests, and essentially it was an offer for an opportunity for us to cooperate with the Israelis.
And there was a no-cost feature to it. Was the plan this, based on your notes, that the Israelis would, and I'm looking at what we put the stamp 21 on, the Israelis would be shipping 4,000 tows, that upon the shipment of the first 500, all 5 hostages, U.S. hostages, would be released. If they were released, the 3,500 remaining tows would be shipped. There'd be a commitment by the Iranians for no more hostages or terror. And if the Israelis didn't get the American hostages back after they shipped the 500 tows, then the Israelis would be out the 500 tows. It would be their risk. If, on the other hand, they got the hostages back, they would get replacements not only for the 4,000 tows that were being sent, but for the 500 that they had sent in September. That was the proposal?
That was the plan on that particular aspect of the plan. In the beginning of the discussion with Mr. Neer, we discussed the strategic situation with Iran and why Israel was interested in going forward with this project, and they frankly wanted to do it, I think, on their own, even if we did not want to cooperate. But they recognized that we could certainly be of assistance, and they frankly thought that it was also in our interests, which it was. And that's not to say that our interests are exactly the same as the Israeli interest. And the whole discussion, although in my notes a lot of room is taken up in discussing the plan on the arms shipment, it was always recognized that for us, in terms of any sort of strategic opening to Iran, we had to get over the first hurdle, the first obstacle, and that was to get the hostages back. And so the beginning of the discussion was a more general one, and then we got off on the specific first step that would be required.
And is it fair to say that as it was being presented to you, the price of getting the hostages back was that you had to ship arms, or let Israel ship arms?
We had to, what they were asking essentially for was our acquiescence to their shipping arms and selling them replacements for their arms.
And this was different from other plans in that they said if we don't get them back after the first 500 are shipped, that we will be out of pocket.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to object at this point. Mr. Lyman said, I think last week, he was a New York lawyer, and I'm sure he knows all the answers, but this was a private meeting between 2 people in a room, Admiral Poindexter and Mr. Neer. There's notes of that meeting. I think if Mr. Lyman is attempting to conduct here a direct examination, then I think it'd be a good idea, as we did in private session, to have the Admiral explain from his notes what the meeting was concerned. Mr. Lyman wasn't present at that meeting. I wasn't present at that meeting. Nobody else was, except Admiral Poindexter and Mr. Neer. And I think that would be the way to approach it, rather than Mr. Lyman's agenda as to what he believed was going on at a meeting which he did not attend.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to summarize based on his notes and his testimony. If the summary is not either fair or complete in its context, then Admiral Poindexter knows that he can say, no, that's not correct. We've been at a number of sessions together, and I think we got on just fine.
My motion was addressed to the chair.
Counsel, I appreciate your objecting to the chair. Your objection is overruled. The counsel may ask the question, and the Admiral may respond as he sees fit, elaborating to the extent that he wants to elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lyman.
Well, I was saying that was the proposal that was presented to you by Mr. Neer that if the hostages were not released after the first 500 tows were shipped by Israel, they'd be out of pocket those? You can look at your notes. And
that clearly was the situation in January, but your question, as I understand it, was whether that was different from before.
okay. And well, was that different from the one in December that you discussed at the December 7th meeting?
Well, that's I'm in the awkward position of not having notes on the December 7 meeting, which I didn't take. And so I can't remember exactly. I think my best recollection is that the plan was always to try to get the hostages, at least in the initial stages, the plan was always to try to get the hostages back in one lump. In other words, all 5 at the same time. There clearly are problems with a seriatim release. The new feature of the plan was really something different. I don't, as I understood your question, you were trying to say that was the new feature of this plan, and that I don't think was particularly new.
No, I was asking you whether the fact that Israel would absorb the loss of the 500 tows was a new feature.
Well, okay, that's I have trouble with that too, because I don't think I don't think I realized personally until this meeting in January that the Israelis expected us to replace the first 500. So I'm not sure, because I wasn't in on the discussions with the Israelis in July and August and September, I'm not sure exactly how the U.S. commitment was described at that time.
Right, now, let's move on. Did Mr. Neer, Admiral, say anything to you at this meeting on January 2 about using proceeds from the sale to support the contras?
No, he did not.
Now, on January 6th, a finding was signed by the President, which was Exhibit 24A in our book here. And there's a memorandum accompanying it, a cover memorandum from you describing the plan for the Israelis to sell the tows and for us to reimburse, replace those tows. Do you remember the circumstances under which the President signed that finding?
Mr. Lyman, you're referring to Exhibit 24 as the cover to 24A?
Yes.
Thank you.
24A is the finding, 24 is the cover memo.
I don't have a vivid recollection of this, but I believe what happened was that after Mr. McFarlane came back from London, the best description that I have seen of the President's mood is reflected in a memo that's in the Tower Commission report from Director Casey. I think, as I recall, it's a memorandum for record of that meeting.
Would you describe his mood?
Well, his mood was one of essentially of not being willing to give up. That he thought that we ought to continue working on the problem. After all, my recollection is that Mr. McFarlane wasn't opposed to the initiative at that point, or wasn't recommending total opposition to it. He was only recommending that if we were going to proceed ahead, that we find a different channel, because he didn't trust Ghorbanifar. And the President's mood was one of wanting to continue to work the issue, After the December meeting, as I recall, I tasked Colonel North to work with Stanley Sporkin out at the agency, and also touch base with either Ed Meese or some of his people that work findings to prepare a broader, more all-encompassing finding that clearly laid out all of our objectives. And then once we had that staffed and properly discussed, we would be in a much better situation to proceed ahead with some form of an Iranian project, with all of the objectives that are clearly laid out in that. And as I recall, this Exhibit 24 was essentially the first draft that I saw of the broader finding that Colonel North and others in the government had worked to produce. And probably what I did in early January, the meeting with Mr. Neer was on the 2nd. That afternoon, the President was on the West Coast. That afternoon, I flew out to the West Coast to join up with the President. I had been on leave back here over the holidays, and my deputy was with the President. The President had a meeting with the President of Mexico in Mexicali on the way back, and I was going to join him for that meeting. These notes that were in the previous exhibit that we discussed were not contemporaneous notes taken during the Neer meeting. I actually wrote those notes on the aircraft on the way out to California based on my recollection of the meeting. And because of the meeting with the President of Mexico and everything attendant to that, I didn't have an opportunity to discuss the Neer meeting with the President until we returned to Washington. And I can't remember the exact day we returned, but as I recall, this memorandum was waiting for me when I got back, and I probably took it up to a 9:30 meeting to discuss it with the President in a preliminary way. And as is oft the way it happens when the President is reading something, whether it's a final or a draft, if he agrees with it, he'll often sign it. And so that's why this particular version of the finding was signed. It had not been fully staffed because I felt that on such an important issue that it was important to get all of the President's national security advisors, and that is the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of Central Intelligence, and on this matter, the Attorney General, together. The Vice President had not had a chance to make his views known at that point. And so, as I recall, after discussing this with the President and the President indicating that he was in general agreement, and in fact indicating that by signing it, which I didn't want him to do at that point because we hadn't had a full discussion, we agreed to have a meeting later in the Oval Office with all the national security advisors to thoroughly discuss the issue.
Is it fair to say that that meeting took place on January 7th?
Yes, it did.
And without getting into great details, is it true that Secretary Schultz and Secretary Weinberger again expressed their opposition to the initiative?
Yes, they did.
And is it also correct that
very vigorously.
Is it correct that the Attorney General told the President that he had a legal right to pursue this initiative by replenishing arms for Israel and so forth?
He did.
Now, the transaction that was described in the memorandum accompanying the finding that the President signed was one where the Israelis would sell and we would replenish. Do you recall that on January 17, 1986, the President signed a new finding?
He signed the final version of this finding.
Right, and
in my view, there's really only one finding
okay,
here.
that the January 6 finding became the January 17 finding.
That's correct. The January 6th was the first version of this broader finding.
Right. And that January 17 finding is Exhibit 28 in our book. And 29, I believe. Let's see. 28 is the 28 is the cover memo of yours, and 29 is the finding itself.
In my book, Mr. Lyman, it's all under 28.
Okay. If you look at that memorandum, and if you need it to refresh your recollection, is it fair to say that by January 17, the mechanics of the transaction had changed, and that now it was going to be a sale by the Department of Defense to the CIA, which through an agent would sell the arms to Iran, and Iran would release the hostages, and Israel was not going to be selling and replenishing?
The mechanics of getting over that first obstacle did change.
And would you just tell us why that change occurred?
Yes. I believe it was the 16th of January, the day prior to the President signing this finding, I had called a meeting in my office to which I invited Secretary Schultz, Cap Weinberger, Bill Casey, and Ed Meese to discuss the finding, because Bill Casey's staff and mine had continued to work after the 7 January meeting in the Oval Office on the finding, and there were further discussions with Ed Meese on the finding, and before I took the final version to the President, I wanted to sit down with the other principals to go over it once again. As I recall, the timing of the meeting was impromptu, and although Secretary Schultz, by my recollection, and I did talk to Bill Casey in November of '86, and his recollection was the same as mine, that Secretary Schultz was there initially, but had to leave because of a conflicting engagement. And as I recall, he said, "Well, John, you know my view on this. I don't think we ought to go ahead with it." And he did not really participate in the discussions after that, and in fact left for another meeting. In the discussions that the four of us had, and there may have been some other staff there, I can't remember for sure, it became clear to me that Ed's view of how the mechanics of getting over the hostage obstacle should go were different than what I had in mind. One of the key reasons that Ed decided that, or determined that the President could legally carry out such a project that involved arms, and you've had testimony about this before, it goes back to the William French Smith determination at several years earlier on an arms issue. I understood that at going into the 16 January meeting, but I didn't really understand up until that time that Ed felt that we should, rather than having the Israelis sell what was in their stock to the Iranians and then the U.S. replenish the Israeli stocks, he thought that we ought to go direct, that we ought to...
Why?
I'll get to that, Mr. Lyman. he thought that we ought to sell material out of U.S. stocks to Iran directly, using the Israelis for logistics assistance. And the reason for that is that under the Arms Export Control Act, there was a congressional reporting requirement that we wanted to avoid. The President had decided, although he hadn't formally decided until he signed this on the 17th of January, but there had been discussions about whether to report this project to the Congress. I know that's a sensitive issue up here, and I think it deserves an answer on my part, but I'd like to put that answer in perspective. We had a significant problem with leaks in this administration, as with all administrations, but I frankly think that over the past 5 years they've gotten much worse than earlier periods of time when I've been in Washington. And I've been here on and off for, I don't know, 15 or 16 years. Now, I don't mean to imply by this that we felt, or I feel today, that all the leaks come from the Congress. That's pure nonsense. I think there are leaks that come from the Congress. There are leaks that come from the State Department. There are leaks that come from the Defense Department. There are leaks that come from the NSC staff. There are leaks that come from the White House staff. It has become an art form in this city to help influence policy. And so it wasn't simply a matter that we wanted just to postpone informing the Congress of this finding. We didn't want many people in the executive branch to know about it. Our feeling was, the President's feeling, was that the way that you carry out a secret, covert activity is that you limit the knowledge to the absolute minimum number of people. And there were discussions about that. I frankly don't recall anybody recommending that we do inform Congress. Some spoke in favor of postponing the notification as long as possible. And the President clearly agreed with that.
Admiral, let me just pursue this and then assure the members of the committee that I'll get to the diversion within 10 to 15 minutes, what we call the diversion. The matter of structuring the transaction as a sale by the United States to Iran through the CIA and in turn through a CIA agent, in this case the secret operation, was the result of the advice that the Attorney General gave, that was the only way that you could avoid congressional notification. Is that fair?
I don't think that's quite a fair description
well, then
of
correct
Edmis's
it
position. I would say that he felt that it was a more straightforward way of doing it. He felt that, and you ought to, as I think you're planning, hear from him on this, but my understanding of his position was that although we could continue to do it the way that had been done earlier, that it was easier to support and clearer if we did it direct. And at that point, we didn't see any particular reason not to, since we were going to keep it a covert activity.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 28, which is your memorandum to the President of the United States, and the last 5 sentences on the first page, I'll start reading them, and I'll ask you if you wrote this and whether this represented the reasons. We have researched the legal problems of Israel selling U.S. manufactured arms to Iran. And when you said we have researched, you're talking, among others, the Attorney General of the United States. Am I correct?
Yes.
Because of the requirement in United States law for recipients of United States arms to notify the United States government of transfers to third countries, I do not recommend that you agree with the specific details of the Israeli plan. However, there is another possibility. Some time ago, Attorney General William French Smith determined that under an appropriate finding, you could authorize the CIA to sell arms to countries outside of the provisions of the laws and reporting requirements for foreign military sales. The objectives of the Israeli plan could be met if the CIA, using an authorized agent as necessary, purchased arms from the Department of Defense under the Economy Act and then transferred them to Iran directly after receiving appropriate payment from Iran. Did that accurately state the reason for changing the transaction?
Yes, I think so, but that I would just add that that was not to say that doing it the other way was necessarily illegal.
Well,
this was just a better way of doing it.
And is it fair to say that the objective of trying to find a way was to defer notification to the Congress for the reasons that you stated?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, is it also true that during your tenure as National Security Advisor, you presented to the Congress, you or the CIA, presented to the Congress a number of findings involving covert activities that were of a sensitive nature?
Yes, the director or one of his people did.
Were any of those findings in which the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense were united in their opposition to the activity?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object as counsel going beyond the scope of this inquiry, talking about other findings and who objected and who didn't. We sat here and we took the questions as they came, and we did the same thing for 4 days before we got up here. And I'd say we ought to stick to the topic at hand.
The House Resolution 12, which set up this committee, permits us in Section 1D to look into these operational activities, and I think the question is an appropriate one under the mandate of the committee. So the objection is overruled and counsel may proceed.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Without going into any of the details of those other covert operations, were any of the other matters, covert matters, on which you or the CIA briefed the intelligence committees, ones in which the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State were united in their opposition to the operation?
Just give me a moment to think about that question. I can't recall, although I certainly can't be sure because of all of the activity over the 5.5 years, whether there was any other finding that fell in the category that you've defined or not. There clearly, by my recollection anyway, were findings that the President signed that were briefed to the appropriate congressional authorities at the time, with which either the Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense might not have agreed. I don't recall one on which they both disagreed. So from that standpoint, this was a special finding. I missed one point that I did want to cover a moment ago in one of my answers, and that is that it was also our view, supported by the Attorney General in his capacity as Attorney General, not just as a special advisor to the President, which, by the way, he had in many of his connections with me. The Attorney General also had two hats, but, and I can get into that more later, but the Attorney General, and it was agreed by the layman amongst us, that the President clearly had the authority under the Constitution and under the statute to postpone notification of a finding.
That's not the issue that I was trying to elicit. Your findings, or your memos, make it clear that you cite both the statute and the President's constitutional prerogatives. You did receive prof notes, which you're familiar with from looking at them recently, from Colonel North saying that the Secretary of Defense was trying to throw every roadblock possible against this transaction. You recall those, right?
That was Colonel North's characterization.
That was his characterization. The point that I'm really addressing to you is whether one of the reasons for deciding not to brief the intelligence committees was that it would have given the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense an opportunity to voice their opposition and perhaps to lead to the blocking of this plan.
I don't think that was any part of our reasoning. That implies great disloyalty on the part of the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State, and I think that's not accurate. I think they're both very loyal to the President, and once he makes a decision whether they recommend it or not, I think they both faithfully go about trying to carry it out to the best of their ability.
Now, one other question which just has been handed to me, that Colonel North apparently testified that Secretary Schultz and Secretary Weinberger's opposition was not vigorously expressed in this January period. I take it that it was vigorously expressed at the January 7 meeting, and it was expressed by the Secretary of State at that January 16 meeting, and that no one had any doubt about where both of them stood.
That's true of the earlier meetings. On the 16th of January, I think it was pretty clear to George that the President wanted to go ahead with this at that point, and so although he voiced objection, I wouldn't say that and this is probably why Colonel North's recollection is as it was, that in fact I think probably the 16 January meeting may have been the only meeting that Colonel North was in attendance where he may have heard the other cabinet officers give their views. But it is accurate that both George Schultz and Cap Weinberger vigorously made the case as to why we should not do this.
Right. Now, Admiral, is it correct that in the discussions that you had leading up to the January 17 finding, there was no discussion with the President of the United States about the possibility of using proceeds of the sale to support the Contras?
There was none.
And there was none with you?
There was none with me.
Now, would you tell us, and I'm going to break this into different questions, when was the first time that you were told by Colonel North about this possibility?
My best recollection is that this took place sometime in February of 1986.
And would you tell us what Colonel North said to you?
My recollection is that he had just come back from a meeting in London, and he was giving me a general update on the situation as he saw it. And he was reviewing the status of the work that was in progress at CIA and Defense, in addition to the results of his meeting in London. And near the end of the conversation, my recollection is that he said something to the effect that, Admiral, I think I have found a way that we can legally provide some funds to the democratic resistance, or as they've been called here, and I frankly agree with Congressman Hyde that I have no problem with calling them contras, through funds that will accrue from the arms sales to the Iranians.
Did he use the word legally?
My best recollection is that he did, but of course I know that Colonel North is not a lawyer, and so I was taking that in a layman's sense, that was his conclusion.
Do you recall in reciting this in your deposition you didn't use the word legally?
I don't recall that I didn't. I believe that he did. He may not have.
Now, did he tell you what the method would be for doing this?
This was a very general discussion, but this was clearly a new aspect that I had not thought about before. To make a long story short, in the end, I thought it was a very good idea at the end of this conversation, and I personally approved it.
Did he ask you for your approval?
I don't recall how he phrased his request, but he was clearly looking for a signal from me whether or not to proceed ahead along this line.
And you gave it?
And I gave it to him. I personally did.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask, this is another one of those meetings that Mr. Lyman wasn't there, although I guess he would like to have been. But I'm going to ask that he allow this witness to describe what happened at that meeting and stop interrupting.
I apologize, and I would not like to have been there.
Well, the fact is you weren't.
Counsel may proceed.
In order to put this in perspective, and I think it's important to understand my state of mind at the time and what things were of concern to us. The President's policy with regard to support for the Contras had not changed since 1981. The various versions of the Boland Amendment came and went, but the President was steadfast in his support for the Contras. In fact, in 1984, he campaigned on it in the election and was elected by a very large majority of the people. So I was absolutely convinced as to what the President's policy was with regard to support for the Contras. I was aware that the President was aware of third country support, that the President was aware of private support, and the way Colonel North described this to me at the time, it was obvious to me that this fell in exactly the same category, that these funds could either be characterized as private funds because of the way that that Director Casey and I had agreed to carry out the finding. They could be characterized as private funds, or they could be characterized as third country funds. In my view, it was a matter of implementation of the President's policy with regard to support for the Contras. We were in the process of working on our legislative plan to get $100 million from Congress for essentially unrestricted support to the Contras. We knew it was going to take time. I don't think in February we realized how long it was going to take. It took us until October of 1986 to get that $100 million, which I'd like to get into later. But we clearly, in February, were in a situation where the humanitarian assistance, the $27 million, was running out at the end of March. It was clear to me at that point from earlier discussions with the staff and the cabinet officers involved that it was going to take longer to get the $100 million, and so essentially we needed bridge financing. The President was bound and determined, and still is, that he will not sit still for the consolidation of a communist government on the mainland of America. And in order to prevent that, he feels that the most effective way, with which I also agree, is to keep pressure on the communist Sandinista government. And the most effective way to do that, given all of the factors considered, and because we don't want to send U.S. soldiers to Nicaragua, is to provide support to the Contras and keep them alive until we can get the $100 million. So this presented to me a possibility of bridge financing for this short period of time until we could get the $100 million. And by the way, I was convinced, as well as other cabinet officers, that we were going to get the $100 million. In the discussions and negotiations with Congress on that, we had made the decision, which I had long advocated, that we would not compromise and settle for anything less. It was either going to be the $100 million or nothing. And we were convinced that that tactic would work, and in fact it did work. And so after weighing all of these matters, I also felt that I had the authority to approve it, because I had a commission from the President, which was in very broad terms. My role was to make sure that his policies were implemented. In this case, the policy was very clear, and that was to support the Contras. After working with the President for 5.5 years, the last 3 of which were very close, probably closer than any other officer in the White House except the Chief of Staff, I was convinced that I understood the President's thinking on this, and that if I had taken it to him, that he would have approved it. Now, I was not so naive as to believe that it was not a politically volatile issue. It clearly was, because of the divisions that existed within the Congress on the issue of support for the Contras. And it was clear that there would be a lot of people that would disagree, that would make accusations that indeed have been made. So although I was convinced that we could properly do it, and that the President would approve if asked, I made a very deliberate decision not to ask the President, so that I could insulate him from the decision and provide some future deniability for the President if it ever leaked out. Of course, our hope was that it would not leak out.
And when you say deniability, are you saying that your decision was not to tell the President so that he would be able to deny that he knew of it?
That's correct.
And did you at any time prior to the Attorney General's finding this on November 22, tell the President of the United States of the fact that proceeds from the Iranian arms sale were being used to support the Contras?
I did not. I want to make this very clear, because I understand it's an important issue. I did not talk to anybody else except Colonel North about this decision until, to my knowledge, my best recollection, and I don't want to quibble here over times in late November 1986, but my recollection is the first mention that I made to anybody besides Colonel North was on November the 24th, 1986, to Ed Meese.
And so that the answer is you did not tell the President of the United States.
I did not.
And that for a period of whatever it is, 9 months, you kept it from the President of the United States for the reasons you've given.
Mr. Lyman, this clearly was an important decision, but it was also an implementation of very clear policy. If the President had asked me, I very likely would have told him about it, but he didn't, and I think it's, an important point here is that on this whole issue, the buck stops here with me. I made the decision. I felt that I had the authority to do it. I thought it was a good idea. I was convinced that the President would, in the end, think it was a good idea. But I did not want him to be associated with the decision.
Admiral, let me just explain something, that my job is not only to elicit what happened, but why it happened, what was going through the mind of people like you who made decisions. And I hope you'll understand that that's why I'm putting the questions that I have put and that I will put.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to comment on that editorializing by Mr. Lyman. His job is to ask my client what he did and what went through his mind, not what everybody else was thinking.
Counsel, I think it's helpful to the members of the committee for Mr. Lyman to make that statement, and I think counsel may proceed.
Now, you testified before in connection with the destruction of that November finding that you did see the job of a national security advisor as including protecting the President from political damage. You recall that?
Yes, I did.
And is it fair to say that the decision that you made to not tell the President about this use of the proceeds of the arms sale was another manifestation of that type of responsibility as you saw it?
Yes, it was.
Now, you understood that if this got out, it would be very controversial.
I did understand that.
And that it could, if it got out and the President was associated with it, cause damage to the President.
I realized that it would do that, yes.
And that was indeed the reason for not telling him.
That's correct.
Did you not think, sir, that given the potential for damage and embarrassment, that he, the President of the United States, should have the choice whether to proceed with this use of the money?
That thought didn't cross my mind at the time. It was a matter, in my view, of keeping the Contras alive so that there would be a viable option in the future to continue the pressure against the communist government down there. If the Contras disbanded because of lack of funds, and that was always a problem, then then we wouldn't have that option. And my view was, again, you've got to put this in the context of many, many meetings with the President, talking to him extensively about the way he thought about these issues. And I'm sure as the members of these committees and the American public understand, this is a very strong president who is very willing to take unpopular positions and provide leadership to the country. And so I really, although I can't say that at the time the thought crossed my mind that you have described, but with hindsight, I still contend that I believe that the President would have approved the decision at the time if I had asked him.
And when you, and in terms of your state of mind, because that's what I'm interested in, at the time you made that decision, you believed that if you had told the President, he would have approved it.
Absolutely.
And were there any other instances during your tenure of National Security Advisor where you did not present a decision to the President but made it yourself in order to give him deniability?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lyon, would you repeat the question?
Were there any other examples during your term as National Security Advisor where you withheld a decision from the President that you had made in order to give him deniability?
Well, this, again, this decision, in my view, was a matter of implementation. And there were many details of implementation that were not discussed with the President. This particular detail was the only one of its kind in terms of the disagreements and the controversy that existed over the issue.
But Admiral, you said that you didn't withhold this because it was a detail. You said you withheld it because it was, you wanted to afford deniability. And my question really is, did you ever withhold something from the President in order to give him deniability as opposed to in order to avoid burdening him with a detail? Is that question clear?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to ask that if Mr. Lyman is going to state the predicate for his question stated correctly, Admiral Poindexter testified that this diversion was an implementation. It was like third country diversion. It was a detail of implementation. And he also testified that the reason why he withheld it was because it was explosive politically, or words to that effect. And I'd ask that that be the basis for Mr. Lyman's question, not Mr. Lyman's assumption as to what he felt the reason was. Thank you.
Were there any other decisions that you withheld from the President that you had made because they were politically explosive?
I don't recall anything else that fell in that same category, although there were lots of I want to make a distinction here between what I felt my authority was and why I didn't discuss it with the President. Number one, I felt that it was within my authority because it was a implementation of a policy that was well understood, that the President felt very strongly about. It was not a secret foreign policy. The President's policy with regard to the Contras was clearly understood by every member of the Congress and the American people. So it wasn't a matter of going out and making a secret foreign policy. The policy was clear. This was the way of going about, of carrying out that policy. So that was my thinking in terms that I felt that I had the authority to do it. Now the reason that, frankly, as Colonel North has testified, I thought it was a neat idea too, and I'm sure the President would have enjoyed knowing about it. But on the other hand, because it would be controversial, and I must say that I don't believe that I estimated how controversial it would be accurately, but I knew very well that it would be controversial, and I wanted the President to have some deniability so that he would be protected, and at the same time we'd be able to carry out his policy and provide the opposition to the Sandinista government.
Well, Admiral, maybe I could refresh your recollection if I read to you from page 171 of your deposition question.
Counselor, let me get that out, please.
What page?
171, you said, Counselor?
Yes.
Okay, I have page 171.
Question, Admiral, are there any other occasions during your tenure as either the National Security Advisor or the Deputy where you made a conscious decision to approve some activity but not report it to the President because it would create potential embarrassment for him? Answer, I don't think there was anything else of this magnitude. This was clearly the biggest decision of this kind. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Let's read the whole answer, please, Counselor.
The
Excuse me, that's
President's
an
span
objection
of
to the chair.
control, of course, was much broader than mine. He had a limited amount of time to focus. Question, this would have taken 5 minutes to tell him, sir. Answer, the point I want to make, though, is, and I'm not trying to say that this was an insignificant decision. I was making judgment calls every day as to what to believe, as to what to brief, I think, the President on or not. This was certainly an out-of-the-ordinary kind of decision. But you know, I was used to quickly evaluating the facts and making a decision as to whether to brief or not brief.
Can continue to the end of the answer, I think, Counselor.
This one, I felt confident that it was consistent with his policies, and I thought that and still feel that I had the authority to do it. Now, Admiral, was there any other case during your tenure as National Security Advisor or Deputy where you made a decision to approve some activity of this magnitude but not report it to the President because it would create potential embarrassment for him?
I think I've already answered the question, Mr. Lyman.
Is the answer no?
The answer is not of this magnitude.
Counsel, a vote is pending now in the House. We're at noon, and is this an appropriate time to
Certainly
recess? The joint hearings will stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Mrs. Bishop.
did really a couple hours this morning. It's going so well, so orderly, with such a good tone. Keep it nervous.
This must be difficult for you without your pipe.
I've got it right here.
The joint hearings will resume their hearings, and the chair recognizes the counsel, Mr. Lyman.
Admiral, did the President ever ask you to withhold any information or facts from him in order to give him deniability?
No, he did not.
So that this was your decision some 6 weeks after you took the job?
I'm going to object to that characterization, some 6 weeks after he took the job. The testimony...
I will withdraw it and go to the next.
Thank you, Counselor. He worked there for 4.5 years before he took the job.
May I suggest to the counsel and also to Admiral, these microphones are voice activated, and it helps if you speak right into the microphone. We've had a few complaints that people have had difficulty hearing in this chamber. Thank you. Mr. Lyman, you may proceed.
Did you ever tell Colonel North that you were not going to tell the President?
No, I did not. That was a private decision of mine. I did not tell Colonel North one way or the other whether I would tell the President. I did give him broad general authority to carry out the plan in the same conversation in which he raised the issue.
Did you make any effort to lead him to believe that you were going to discuss this with the President?
I did not give him any reason to believe that because I didn't feel that was necessary. I was clearly his superior, and Colonel North, I think, as you observed, is a very competent and capable staff officer, and he understood that and had no question, I don't think.
You have heard his testimony that up until mid-November, he operated under the assumption that you had told the President. Do you know what you said or did that gave him that assumption?
I think it would just simply, again, this is speculation on my part because I have not had a discussion with Colonel North on this subject, but just based on experience and my relationship with Colonel North over a period of several years, he would know that in general I briefed the President on most all aspects of all the projects that Colonel North was involved with, so it would not be surprising to him if I had discussed it with the President.
And indeed, not telling the President was an aberration here.
It was unusual.
Could you give us a description of your relationship with Colonel North?
It was a very good one. My management philosophy, both in the positions I've had in the White House and in the Navy, I would call it command and leadership, but it has been the same, and that is that you pick the very best people that you can, you give them objectives, and give them the broad authority that goes with that. You require general reports. You keep the responsibility, and you don't micromanage what they're doing. You have trust and confidence in your people. And I think of all of the officers over the years that have worked for me, Colonel North is probably one of the most capable. And I thought very highly of him, and I know much has been made in these hearings that he was only a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps, and I'd like to clear up that particular point. Military rank on the National Security Council staff doesn't really mean anything. We had a mixture of military officers, foreign service officers, detailees from the intelligence community, and political appointees from academia, other walks of life. And the particular military rank that a person had really had little to do with their responsibilities. It depended on the ability and the capability of the people involved. If it had not been for the fact that we wanted to provide a significant amount of cover for Colonel North and his activities, I would have recommended to the President that he be a special assistant to the President, which is the third level of rank in the White House. As it was, he was Deputy Director of Political Military Affairs. I thought very highly of him. I still do.
What do you mean by wanting to provide some cover for him?
We didn't want to call public attention to Colonel North, and that was the purpose of many of my prof's notes to him, which you have seen. I wanted him to have a low public profile, and that's harder to do if you're a special assistant to the President.
So his title was deliberately kept down in order to give him more flexibility to do what he was doing.
That was my intent.
Now, did you ever discuss with the DCI, Mr. Casey, the diversion?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I wanted to keep the issue highly compartmented. As I said and have testified before this morning, to my knowledge, Colonel North and I were the only ones that knew about it. Mr. Casey had to come up to the Hill to testify before the intelligence committees, and I did not want him to have to be evasive in answering questions on this particular area of how we were supporting the Contras. It was obvious, I think, to all members of Congress that the Contras were being supported, and I wanted to protect how they were being supported.
Did Colonel North ever tell you that he had discussed the diversion with Mr. Casey?
Not to my recollection. I was operating under the assumption that I have stated, that he and I were the only two in government. Of course, I knew that General Secord obviously knew about it, but in government, to my knowledge, Colonel North and I were the only ones that knew about it.
Now, you have seen in the course of your examinations before today the so-called diversion memo, Exhibit 34. Would you look at it, please?
It's the one I've seen most recently. I have it.
The Colonel has testified that he wrote this at the beginning of April 1986. Do you recall seeing this memorandum or a final version of it at or about that time?
I do not, Mr. Lyman. The first time that I recall seeing a memo like this was on Tuesday morning, the 25th of November, 1986.
At the time you saw it then, were you surprised to see a memorandum with a reference to the diversion?
Yes, I was.
Let me say for the record, I'm using the diversion as a shorthand and not for any legal characterization.
No, I don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman. I appreciate that.
I wanna make
first,
sure you-
I would like the record to reflect that it's the first expression of appreciation that I've drawn in these hearings in 2 months.
Somebody's got to help you out. No, thank you, Mr. Lyman.
So you remember that when you saw it in November finally, that you were surprised to see this.
Yes, I was. In fact, most of the, I would say in the October, November timeframe, when it began to look like we were having some trouble here in keeping the secret nature of what we were doing secret, my recollection is that I was operating under the assumption there was very little, if anything, in writing on the plan to transfer the funds to the Contras.
Now, Ms. Hall testified publicly, as I'm sure you're aware, that she recalled that she sent a draft of this memorandum to you and got it back with some corrections. Does that refresh your recollection that you received this memorandum?
No, it doesn't. I heard her testify to that. I don't recall seeing this until November of '86.
If you would look at Exhibit 39,
Counselor, even I have to put my glasses on for this one.
well, I'm going to read it.
Can you?
I will, there's a blow-up, but I can read the language on this one. It's a prof note from Colonel North to Mr. McFarland. In it, he says, and I'm quoting, per request of JMP, you have prepared a paper for our boss which lays out arrangements. Colonel North testified that that referred to this memorandum and that it was at your request that he prepared this paper and that the boss referred to the president. Does that refresh your recollection, sir, as to requesting this memorandum from Colonel North?
Mr. Lyman, I've obviously given this a lot of thought since you and I discussed this issue in earlier closed session. And what I'd like to do now is to give you, and this is speculation on my part because I really don't have a memory of seeing this before, but putting together all the pieces, what I would speculate happened was that we were getting ready to send Mr. McFarland off to Tehran. The Iranians had agreed for a meeting in Tehran, and I probably asked Colonel North to prepare a paper that I could use to discuss this with the President and get his approval, final approval, although we had discussed it informally up to that point, but to get his final approval on the trip and to get his approval on the terms of reference. Now, one of the things that has always surprised me about this particular exhibit, on the morning of the 25th of November, when I first saw something similar to this, My recollection was that the terms of reference was not attached, and there was nothing in terms of a date on the document that would put it in a a time frame. I also don't recall in the approve, disapprove area of the memo that there being any reference to the President. That memo that I saw on the 25th of November, I would have put in my outbasket in the office, and my secretary would have taken it and put it in a file that I had established the previous Friday on the various Iranian papers that I had on my desk. But what I speculate happened was that Colonel North probably prepared this memo at that time in response to my request. It probably came over to me. I realized that I didn't want to discuss the transfer of funds issue with the President for the reasons that I gave this morning, and I probably destroyed that memo at the time, or at least disposed of it some way, pulled the terms of reference off, and discussed the terms of reference with the President, Secretary of State, and other people on the NSC staff that were involved in drafting the terms of reference, because Colonel North was not the only one that was working on the strategic aspect of the Iranian initiative.
Admiral, I think I've told you this before, but I will represent it to you now, that the memorandum which we have just shown you was given to us as a copy of the memorandum in this form that the FBI found in that folder of papers that you had given to your secretary, which included material that you were collecting in the end of November.
I understand that, Mr. Lyman, and I can't explain it, but I am just giving you my recollection as to the thoughts I had when I first saw the memo, to my recollection, on the 25th.
Now,
excuse me, I must, if I may, I must say that I didn't spend very long on the morning of the 25th studying the memo. I had other things to think about at the time. That was after I'd met with the Attorney General.
did you ever give any instructions to Colonel North with respect to whether he should write memos that referred to the diversion?
I don't recall specifically doing that. I do recall telling him when I took the decision the first time that I didn't want anybody else to know about it. I don't recall telling him not to put it in paper, but Colonel North, I think, understood, or I thought he understood from earlier discussions with him, to limit the amount of paper that he prepared on his various operational activities.
Now, Colonel North has testified that he actually wrote, in addition to this memorandum, some 4 others, 5 in total, that described the various permutations and the transactions with the Iranians and that referred to the diversion, that these all had these references to recommending that you brief the President and that he sent them to you. You're aware of that testimony?
I'm aware of the testimony. He wrote several memoranda on the general subject of next steps in the Iranian project, which I do recall seeing, and there are, I think you have many exhibits of those documents. I do not recall any memo, and in fact I did not recall this one until November of this past year, that addressed the question of diversion.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I would request, if the committee has more than just one copy, to give it to us, because I understand that there is obviously a discrepancy here between the 1 copy and the 5 copies. But we certainly would like to see if there are more. We have always operated on the assumption that there's that there was only one, at least from our early testimony back in May 2nd. And if there are others, as shown to us, the Admiral will try to recollect and see what he can do with it.
Mr. Chairman, I regret that Colonel North testified that he shredded the others, and since we don't have any way of making whole papers out of confetti, and indeed don't have that confetti, we can't show them to you.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, because we have had some occasions in private depositions where there have been numerable copies of memos. It seems like there are all kinds of different copies of various documents made within 1 or 2 hours of each other, and it was not clear whether they were made in the same month or at the same time, and I just wanted to ensure that there wasn't anything out there that we didn't know about.
We've given you copies of all of the versions of this memorandum that we have. The others were shredded, and as you know, Colonel North testified that had he caught this one, he would have shredded this too.
And when you say all versions, you're talking of
this particular
there's only one. There's only one. There's
Well,
not all versions, right? There's just one memo. Is that correct?
One memo with a typographical change on a date in the first page.
So of this one memo, then there are at least 2 versions that are still
Mr.
preserved.
Beckley, you know that of this memorandum, there is one that has the date on it of September 14 typed in. There are then 2 copies which have the 14 stricken out and made into a 13, and then there is a final one which was taken off of the disk on Fawn Hall's typewriter when she corrected the 14 to 13. That is all one memorandum with that typographical change. The other memos were shredded by Colonel North according to his testimony.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lyman. I just wanted to make it clear that there's more than one version that we agree, that we do agree with Colonel North to the extent that there's more than one version of this one memo. But we do not know of 5 different versions.
5 different memos. Do you, Admiral, dispute Colonel North's testimony that he sent you 5 different memos referring to the diversion and recommending that you brief the President?
I would not characterize it that way. I would say, as I have testified, that I do not remember any other memos.
Well, if you got one memo after another recommending that you brief the President, would it not have been your practice to say to Colonel North, stop sending me memos referring to the diversion and referring to the President?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. That's pure speculation. The Admiral has testified he received only one memo. I mean, now Mr. Lyman has asked him what would he have done if he had received 5. The answer is he only received one, or only saw one.
Mr. Chairman, he has already given us speculation when he wishes to. I think this is an appropriate question as to what his practice would have been.
Counsel, your objection has been noted, but I think it's an appropriate question for counsel, and your objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lyman, I obviously have looked at this memo quite a bit since it was provided to us by the committee staff. And I think it's important to note the structure of the memo very carefully. The recommendation on the last page of the, well, it's the last page of the memo, not the tab, but it says that the President approved the structure depicted above under current situation and the terms of reference. Now, the paragraph about diversion is in a paragraph after the one labeled current situation, which lays out the plan for the next steps. The paragraph on diversion is in the discussion paragraph. And so even in this memo, if I got it at the time, which I don't recall, I very likely would have read it, talked to the President about the current situation, knew that I didn't want to talk to him about the transfer of funds because I'd made a deliberate decision earlier not to do that. And of course, Colonel North didn't know that, and I purposely wanted to keep that a little obscure because, you know, I firmly believe in very tight compartmentation of these issues. Colonel North did not need to know that. I was his superior. I had the authority to tell him to do it. I told him to do it. He had no reason to question that.
Well, Admiral, you say you acted in order to provide the President with deniability. How does it provide the President with deniability if the Lieutenant Colonel sent 5 separate memos referring to diversion and each saying, brief the President?
Well, Mr. Lyman, as I've testified already, I do not recall any other memos. I frankly don't, to my knowledge, there weren't any other memos that addressed diversion. There were memos that addressed other subjects. I guess I don't know what more you want me to say.
Well, did you tell us at one of your earlier sessions that you had actually instructed Colonel North not to put anything in writing on this subject?
Can we have a reference to that?
To refresh your recollection, why don't you look at pages 182 and 3?
I got it. I got it.
Is this, where's 183?
Oh, I'm sorry, you've got 182, 183.
The bottom of the page,
Bottom of
182.
Mr. Chairman, I have an inquiry, a parliamentary inquiry here. We don't have a copy of those depositions, and the only one I see is the one in one row in front of me, and it's stamped top secret, at least that page is. And I'm wondering whether those depositions have been declassified or whether they're still classified.
The classifications or the depositions have been, will be sent to the White House for declassification. They have not been. I don't think the topic that is now being pursued is raises the question of material that would jeopardize the national interest in any way. I appreciate the concern that the gentleman has expressed, and the chair is sensitive to that, and we will send these depositions down very promptly. And I would caution counsel to be very careful in not using any material in the deposition that might violate any national security classifications.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I thought I had an obligation, if there is something to refresh the witness's recollection, to let him see it so that there is not testimony given here that may be inadvertently inconsistent with testimony that he gave before. And I think that Mr. Beckler understands that I have committed to him to make that effort.
Well, Mr. Lyman,
the question was, does it refresh your recollection, sir?
Well,
that you so instructed.
Yes, I see what I've said here, and I don't think that it's inconsistent with what I've said here in this particular session. I was often cautioning Colonel North about putting things in writing about his operational activities, especially with regard to the support for the Contras. And I didn't want him talking to Director Casey about it, as I've told you why, or anybody else for that matter. And you know, I very likely could have told him that not to put anything in writing on the transfer of funds. I cannot recall specific conversations, you know, to firmly state that I told him that X number of times, but and maybe I wasn't communicating with him, but I did not want anything in writing on it. And as I've told you, my assumption in October and November was that there wasn't anything in writing on the transfer. Now I felt that there were things in writing on other aspects of his Contra support activity, but I could not recall this memo and didn't think there was anything else.
Can you recall a single occasion when you said to Colonel North, "You have sent me a memo that says brief the President, and it refers to Contra diversion money, stop writing things like that"?
As I've testified, I don't recall getting any memos. Now, it appears that I may have gotten this memo at the time that it was written, and I have given you my speculation as to what may have happened, trying to reconstruct many months ago activities that I was involved with.
Admiral, may I interrupt you? Excuse me for interrupting you. I'm informed that a vote is now taking place in the Senate, and so senators will be leaving.
Have you completed your answer? I'm sorry, you were consulting.
I think I did.
Right. Now, you testified that when Colonel North first told you about this and sought your approval, in your own mind you viewed that you could characterize this as a private donation or as a contribution from a third country. Remember that?
Yes, that was my thinking at the time.
Right. Now, if it were viewed as a contribution from a private donor, who would that donor have been?
It would have been General Secord.
Did you not regard General Secord as acting as the agent for the CIA in this transaction?
No, I didn't. When the January 17th finding was drafted, we specifically provided the latitude to Director Casey, and he was the one to whom the finding was directed. We provided the latitude to him that he could use private third parties.
Do you recall that in your memoranda you referred to the CIA, memoranda to the President on that, referred to the fact that the CIA could, acting through agents, do this?
That was a loose construction of, for lack of a better word, a description of a private third party.
Now, Admiral, if you viewed this as a contribution from a third country, it would have been from Iran.
That's correct.
However you viewed it, is it a fact that you understood that the proceeds that were being used were generated by the sale of arms that came from the Department of Defense and then were transferred to the CIA?
Yes, I understood that.
And that they were arms that were being transferred pursuant to a finding?
That's correct.
And that this indeed was an initiative that was being conducted pursuant to a finding.
Yes,
And you understood that that finding set forth the purposes of the covert activity, correct?
yes, I was careful to make sure that we had all those in that finding.
And the reason that you were careful is that covert activity in this country is conducted pursuant to presidential authorizations. Is that fair to say?
Well, this gets rather complex, Mr. Lyman, because the term covert activity is loose terminology. I am not a lawyer, but I have, because of the position I had.
We have enough lawyers, so.
Because of the position I had as National Security Advisor, and because of the importance of what we loosely call covert activity, did spend some time studying the National Security Act and the Hughes-Ryan amendment to that act. And my recollection is that nowhere in those statutes or any place else is the term covert activity used or defined. The Hughes-Ryan Act, or amendment to the National Security Act in 1947, which came about as a result of the Church Pike Committee's activity in the 70s, addresses activities that are conducted by the intelligence community that are not intelligence collection or analysis, are defined as special activities. And the requirement is that the President must authorize special activities defined in the way that I have defined them, and that he has to make a determination prior to approving these special activities that they're in the national interests of the United States. Now, the mechanism that this administration chose to use to document those determinations is a finding, a piece of paper that the President signs.
Admiral, is it a fact, sir, that the finding on Iran did not authorize the use of any of the proceeds for support of the Contras?
That is correct.
And is it also a fact that whatever findings existed with respect to support for the Nicaraguan resistance did not authorize the use of the proceeds of the sale of Iranian arms to assist the Contras?
That's correct, but you are, well, yeah, that's correct.
And Colonel North said that when the idea of the diversion was first suggested to him, he was becoming disillusioned with the Iranian initiative, and that the notion of a use of the proceeds for the Contras was one of the inducements that he saw for continuing the venture. Did he ever tell you that?
I frankly don't recall that being a big part of the issue. The President, from the earliest discussions in which I took part, which would have been, by my recollection, the 7th of December, 1985, the President never viewed this as arms for hostage. Now,
but he never viewed it as arms for support for the Contras either. That's the point that I'm trying to get at.
Well, but the point is that regardless of what Colonel North felt about the project and his, as he has described it, distaste for arms for hostage, The President never viewed it that way. He felt that our intelligence indicated that the hostages were being held by various factions of the Hezbollah in Lebanon. We knew the Iranians had some influence over them. We never felt that they had total control over them. And the President never viewed it as the arms that we were considering selling to Iran as going to the captors that held the hostages. So in the President's mind, he did not view it ever as arms for hostage. And so whether Colonel North was, his feelings about that issue would not have been particularly persuasive in my view at the time.
Well, did you see as one of the benefits of the Iranian arms sale that money would be generated for the Contras?
No, that did not play a single part in my mind or the President's mind in deciding to go ahead with the Iranian project.
Was there any finding that you were aware of that authorized you to divert the proceeds of this arms sale to support the Contras?
As I've...
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to keep track here. I think that's about the third or fourth time we've asked and answered that question. Now, I guess we can go up to about 10, maybe 15 times, but I understood that the reason why we had those private depositions so that we could move right along here in the public hearing, and I'm going to ask that that request be honored. Thank you.
I would think that could be answered yes or no.
And it has been answered yes or no.
Was there any such finding?
There was no such finding, and in my view, none was required.
Now, you testified that you had many conversations with the President of the United States.
Yes, I did.
And you knew him to be a person of good humor?
Yes.
Was there ever a moment when you were tempted to tell him about the fact that the Ayatollah, instead of supporting the Sandinistas, was giving money for the Contras?
Yes, Mr. Lyman, there was. There was one point that I was very sorely tempted to tell him, but I didn't. And as I recall, we were aboard Air Force One on the way back from the economic summit in Tokyo. And in fact, I think you have an exhibit that was prepared about that time that is pertinent here. And the President had just finished reading a book by a man named Netanyahu, who is presently the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. Ambassador Netanyahu's brother was the Israeli that led the raid on Entebbe and was killed in that raid. And the Netanyahu family has set up an institute, the Jonathan Institute, to study ways of combating terrorism. And Ambassador Netanyahu has written a book on combating terrorism. And the President had been reading that book during the trip over to the economic summit, and he finished it on the way back. And he had a discussion with me on the airplane. This would have been in May, middle of May of 1986. And we had received via facsimile from the White House office a paper that laid out the status of our legislative plans for getting the $100 million. And one of the options in the paper was that if we were unable to get the $100 million, to pull out, drop our support of the Contras. And I had discussed that with the President, and he had been very adamant at the time that he says, look, I don't want to pull out our support for the Contras for any reason. This would be an unacceptable option. Isn't there something that I could do unilaterally? And by that, I took it to mean that he could do on his own that didn't require congressional approval. And I was sorely tempted at that point to tell him what we had working but I thought better of it and did not.
And that was because you realized this would be so controversial.
That's correct.
So that again, it's the more controversial the issue, the less the president was to be told.
I'm going to object to that.
I will proceed with the next question.
Well, I'd like to have that stricken. I mean, that's another bit of Arthur Lyman bringing his conclusions to bear. His job is to give questions that elicit facts. And we
Counsel.
have never, my client has never testified that he does not bring things that are controversial forward to the president. He has never said that. He has said over and over that the diversion or transfer was a detail implementing a policy. He did not, and he has also said, yes, it was politically controversial, but to imply that nothing controversial is brought to the President of the United States by Admiral Poindexter is just an unfair distortion of the record that Mr. Lyman well knows was developed over 4 days and here today.
Thank
Now,
you.
I'd like to have at least one objection possibly sustained sometime. Brendan Sullivan didn't get one. I'd like to just get one. Thanks.
Well, I hesitate to tell you to keep trying, counsel, because it'll make my life a little more difficult up here. But in this case, I think there's no question pending. Counsel will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm loath to jump in here, but I can't hesitate.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My concern is that Attorney Lyman is here to ask legitimate, probing, difficult questions, and we understand that, and he's capable of doing it. But my concern is that he's asking questions that he knows are improper. When an objection is made, he simply withdraws the question. I don't think that's fair.
It's the impression of the chair that Counsel Lyman has done very well in asking questions demanding a factual response. I think it's impossible for any member, and it's impossible for any counsel to so phrase questions that they do not show some bias from time to time or some personal opinion. And the chair does not view that as a very great transgression. So let's proceed, counsel.
Now, as I understand your testimony, you genuinely believed that in approving the diversion that it was consistent with the policies of the president in terms of third country support. You've already testified to that, and I'd like to ask you some questions about that. Is it a fact that the administration had gone to Congress in 1985 and gotten permission from Congress to solicit third country support?
Yes, we worked with members of Congress to get that provision.
And is it a fact that that provision for obtaining third country support was limited to humanitarian aid?
Since leaving the White House and going back over this material, that is correct. I can't say that during the discussions that I can recall in the White House, there was great distinction made between humanitarian aid or any other kind of aid.
Well,
at that particular time, there was with respect to the 27 million, but I just simply don't recall great distinctions being made.
well, are you saying that when Congress worked out the legislation with the administration that authorized solicitation for humanitarian aid, the administration interpreted that as meaning that it could solicit for lethal aid?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just giving you my recollection of the time.
Now, and you also understood that that bill provided that it was only the State Department that could do the solicitation. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I recall that.
Now, was the money that you were getting from the Ayatollah or Secord, however you viewed it, was that money to be limited to being dispersed for humanitarian aid?
In no way. You see, the distinction here is and this is contrary to what you have heard before from other witnesses, but I never believed, and I don't believe today, that the Boland Amendment ever applied to the National Security Council staff or the President's personal staff. But the problem was that the Boland Amendment did apply to the State Department, it did apply to CIA, and it did apply to the Defense Department. We had been running this operation on our own for a long period of time because there was no other alternative in order to keep the Contras alive. And we wanted help. We wanted also a more public recognition of the fact that the U.S. was supporting the Contras in some way. I personally still wanted that to be done in the public support, to be done in such a way that we could slowly turn back to a covert program run by the CIA, but it was important to me and to others that we get the State Department back into the game.
I understand you. Did you ever discuss with the President of the United States that the NSC was raising money for lethal aid?
Mr. Lyman, are you, if I may ask to clarify the question, are you saying that raising money is soliciting money?
I don't want to get into a semantic debate about solicitation. I mean, every day in the newspapers, in the financial sections, they have announcements of offerings and they say this is not a solicitation. So please do not get me into that semantic debate. Let's talk about raising money, obtaining money for lethal aid, that the NSC was obtaining money for lethal aid.
The President was aware that we were encouraging, I guess would be a fair way to describe it, third countries to contribute to the cause of the Contras in Central America in their fight against the communist Sandinistas. And of course we were doing that primarily by pointing out to them the dangers that we saw. And as Colonel North has testified, it wasn't very difficult. They clearly understood the problem. The Central American countries understood, the neighboring countries. The other countries that are on your list that I've heard you talk about up here.
2 and 3.
I think I know which one 2 is, but those countries were readily willing to help. And this might be a good point, if I may, to point out, you know, there's been a lot of talk about quid pro quos when you talk to third countries about supporting a cause that is important to the United States. You know, what do they get in return? I would like to tell you or describe a meeting I had with a senior representative of one of those foreign governments, not specifically related to this issue of the Contras, but related generally to the support that they wanted to provide to the President and to the United States. This is a country that doesn't need any money from us, that is very strong in its own right, but as related to me, the leader of that country had told his representative that he felt that it was very important for the security of the free world, not just the United States, that the President of the United States and the United States be seen as strong. That was to their benefit in this competition we have between the East and the West, between the United States and the Soviet Union. It's important to their long-term security, as they see it, that the president be strong. And if that meant supporting the policies that he thought were important, they were readily willing to do that.
Admiral, the reason that you were using the funds from the Iranian arms sale was that there were not enough other countries that saw things the way you've just described. Is that fair?
No, no. No, I don't think that's fair, Mr. Lyman. The point is that most of the countries around the world are in economic difficulty. They don't have the luxury of being able to provide that kind of financial support. There's a lot of moral support out there. There's a lot of support in terms of service in kind, but there aren't many countries that have an economy that allows them to be so generous.
Well, let me rephrase it. You did not have enough money, dollars, from third countries to support the Contras. Is that correct?
That is correct at that time, and there were other reasons that we didn't want to go back right at that time.
And this money that was coming out of the Iranian arms sale was therefore important in order to keep the Contras going, correct?
I thought it was very important.
And you thought that within the general charge that the President gave to you with respect to the Contras, you could do what you did on the Iranian arms money without going back to him, correct?
That is correct,
And
Mr.
what
Lyman.
was the general charge that the President of the United States gave to you?
He wanted to be sure that the Contras were supported. I don't recall the description body and soul, but that in essence, in my view, was what he wanted. He wanted to encourage private contributions, to get what support we could from third countries. And, you know, the details, I think the President understood from discussions I had with him the limitations that were placed on the State Department, the Defense Department, and the CIA. He knew that that Colonel North was the Chief Staff Officer on Central America because of Colonel North's attendance at various meetings in which these issues, the general issues of Central America, were discussed. But I did not get into the level of detail with him as to exactly how Colonel North was carrying out his charter to keep the Contras alive. I generally knew those details, but frankly, I didn't think those details were important to the President. The only thing that was important to him was that they were staying alive.
Now, the Iranian initiative was important to the President.
Yes, it was.
Do you recall that there came a time when you were told by the Director of Central Intelligence that the Iranians were complaining about being overcharged and that some of the financiers of the transaction were threatening to go public?
Yes,
And
that would have been in October, as I recall, of 1986.
And the Director of Central Intelligence, Mr. Casey, showed you a memo then which revealed that that Mr. Gabanafar or his financiers were saying that their money went down to Central America. Remember that?
The memo contained in one or two sentences, as I recall, that speculation. As it happens, I did not discuss that particular aspect of the memo with Director Casey at that time.
Now,
I read it and I recognized that he had seen it. It was pure speculation, and I didn't really comment on that particular speculation one way or the other.
you consciously avoided discussing that,
I did.
and he did not discuss it.
That is correct.
Now, but you realized when you read that the financiers, or Mr. Gabanafar, were threatening to blow this whole initiative.
Well, it was bothersome. I can't say that at that point I was overly concerned about it, because I was generally aware that all arms transactions like this get very complex, and there could be all sorts of allegations with very little proof.
In this case, it turned out to be true that money was being sent to Central America, correct?
Yes, it's not clear in my mind that the connection, the exact connection that Mr. Furmark or his colleagues had made was accurate. I still don't know that.
Well, now, you said this was bothersome. Was it bothersome enough for you to bring to the attention of the President of the United States then, in October of 1986, that the Iranian venture might be blown by Gabanafar charging that the money was being used for the Contras?
I was not that concerned about it based on the particular report that Director Casey had. I might put this in context that we were very busy during the month of October 1986 with the preparations for the Reykjavik summit, going up to Reykjavik, and the closing days of the campaign.
Well, you would agree with me, Admiral Poindexter, that no matter how slowly anyone would speak on this subject, that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to tell the President of the United States that some money had been used for the Contras and that there was a threat to expose it.
What I'm saying, Mr. Lyman, is that I had a lot of things on my mind, and my recollection of that time frame is that I frankly did not put a great deal of emphasis on the memo that Director Casey had shown me. He made it. I was thinking about his recommendation, which we were still thinking about after the election, and that was developing a damage control plan if indeed it did leak out, but we were overtaken by events. And one of the regrets I have from the Iranian project is that we did not develop an adequate damage control plan.
Well, was one of the reasons that you chose not to brief the President about it at that time because you were still trying to protect him by keeping this knowledge from him?
I frankly, Mr. Lyman, don't recall
Let's move on.
Thinking about it in those terms.
And was one of the reasons that you didn't discuss it with Mr. Casey at that time was that it was just the type of topic that was best not discussed?
Well, there were two reasons. Well, maybe there were at least three reasons why I didn't discuss it with him. One, there was somebody else in the room. It was not a one-on-one meeting. Number two, I was very pressed for time. I was late for another meeting, and I just didn't want to get into it. And three, I wanted to think about and evaluate how much Director Casey might or might not know about this without raising it blindly.
Did Mr. Casey recommend that you speak to Mr. Wallison about it?
I don't recall that.
Do you ever recall him recommending that you speak to Mr. Wallison about it?
I don't think so. I'm not even sure Director Casey knew who Mr. Wallison was.
Well, he was counsel to the President.
I know that, but I don't know whether Director Casey knew that.
Do you remember either Mr. Gates or Mr. Casey suggesting that you speak to the counsel for the President about it?
I don't remember Mr. Wallison's name coming up in that discussion.
Okay. Mr. Colonel North testified that in addition to the use of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sale for the Contras, it was to be used for a series of other covert projects. You remember that testimony of his?
I heard that testimony.
Was that the first time you ever heard about that?
It's the the first time that I've heard it discussed in that depth. I must say there was As far as I was concerned, no such plan. I don't at all doubt that Colonel North and Director Casey may have discussed that. Frankly, it's an idea that has some attractive features in my mind, but there was there was no plan that was brought to me or that I took to the President to proceed in that kind of direction. That would have required substantial discussion.
So that that Colonel North's testimony that he briefed you on the use of the proceeds for other covert operations is just mistaken.
Well, I recall in the meeting, I think I recall, and again, you know, trying to remember these things, but listening to all the testimony, I do believe that in the 2 January meeting with NEAR, there was discussion about financing the 508 tows, because, and as I've testified, I think that may have been the first time that I realized that they really expected us to pay for them.
Right. But he was talking about something other than that.
No, I understand, but let me finish. There also was a very brief general discussion about some other cooperative activities, which I could discuss in closed session. I'm not at all sure what you discussed up here in the closed session
We don't want you to mention it here, but did Colonel North ever tell you that any covert operations other than the Contra operation and the ship were to be paid for out of the Iranian arms sales? Sorry it's gone so slow, but he's just ending it. I just have to keep dragging it out.
Mr. Lyman, as I've testified, there wasn't any plan, and I don't recall.
I object to you saying that's not the question. The question, there was an implication in the question. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman gets the objection, excuse me. There are some implications out there, Mr. Lyman, and I think the Admiral ought to be able to answer them without you interspersing. That's not the question. We get a little leeway on this end too, right?
Admiral, proceed with your response.
I do not recall knowing of any other specific plan that the funds from what General Secord has described as the enterprise were to be used. There were, as I said, discussions about the possibility. I mean, these were very preliminary discussions that frankly didn't get any place because we were just too pressed on other issues. But there were some discussions about the feasibility of doing some other things, and I don't know of all the details of Colonel North's discussions with Director Casey, and I haven't talked to Colonel North about this issue since it's come up, so I'm not quite sure, without knowing what he said, if I'm even recalling the same thing.
Well, Admiral, did he ever talk to you about off-the-shelf operations, full-service covert organizations, self-sustaining covert operations?
Not in those terms.
And you said that the idea might be one that you would find attractive. I think that we ought to get an explanation of why you would find it attractive to have covert operations funded out of the residuals of the Iranian arms sale rather than through the normal appropriations processes for the CIA?
Well, because I can't recall a thorough discussion with Colonel North about this concept that he and Director Casey were obviously musing about based on his testimony, I'm not quite sure what the ramifications of what he was suggesting up here in his testimony. But my point, the reason I said that something like that might be attractive is gets into a broader issue that I'm obviously willing to discuss at this point, my views on covert activity and how they ought to be conducted. But there are some significant problems with our present arrangement with the CIA in conducting covert activity. There are some reasons for that I can get into. I'm not sure you want to do it now.
Well, Admiral, I think that there's probably nothing more important for me to do for the committee than to ask you to direct those remarks to the use of a non-appropriated funds generated by a initiative that is conducted pursuant to a finding that deals with one subject, and why you would have found it attractive to use those funds not appropriated by Congress, not the subject of the findings signed by the President, why you, if that's what you're saying, why you would have found it attractive to use those for some other covert organization. If I have misunderstood you, then please correct that.
You've misunderstood me, and I obviously didn't articulate very well what I meant. I'm not suggesting that I find attractive establishing such an organization without the President's approval or without a finding or even without talking to Congress about it in some fashion. What I'm saying is that the present mechanism where you have two large intelligence committees of the Congress with very large staffs, and you've got two appropriations committees that also want to know about covert activities when appropriated funds are involved, you have a very difficult situation. At the CIA, there is, frankly, in my view, there is concern about conducting operational activities with some of the employees there. There is, to some extent, some friction between the operations side of the agency and the intelligence side of the agency, because covert actions tend to be controversial, even when they're briefed to Congress, which in my view is what causes the leaks. There is concern when covert actions fail. The risk of failure is high in many of these operations, and the result of failure, as demonstrated by these hearings, is too high a price to pay for many of the fine bureaucrats, and I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, but that's a very high price to pay for career government servants. And so they often are not anxious to support or recommend or conduct covert activities in a truly covert way. And I'm saying that a private organization, properly approved, using non-appropriated funds in an approved sort of way, may be a solution to the problem. That's all I meant.
Did you ever discuss that concept with the President?
I did not.
Did the President ever say anything that encouraged you to believe that he would favor that type of operation?
Only in the very broadest sense, in that he often talked about how he thought that the Lafayette Escadrille, the Lincoln Brigade, were good examples of private support for causes that people in the United States believed in.
Did you ever
But that's a very...
Did you ever say anything to Colonel North that you can recall that would have led him to believe that you would approve the creation of a private organization to do covert operations for the United States with unappropriated funds?
As I recall, in the early days of the administration, maybe as early as the second or third year, there were some informal discussions internally on the NSC staff about some of the problems that we saw in conducting covert activity. And I don't recall at the time that there was any thought of non-appropriated funds, but there was thought that maybe, in fact, I can recall a conversation, maybe not with Chairman Hamilton, but I think maybe Chairman Durenberger, on the question of maybe we ought to move covert activity entirely out of the CIA. And so I can recall those kinds of discussions, but nothing as specific as Colonel North
Move it
described.
out of the CIA and out of the government itself?
Not in effect, it would not be out of the government, but it would have that appearance.
Now, do you recall, sir, the matter of what came to be called in some of these exhibits Ali's ship?
I'm sorry, Mr. Knight, I wasn't listening to the first part of your question.
Well, did you ever refer to, or did others at the NSC refer to the area as Ali's ship? Let me try it differently. Did you know that out of the funds of the Iranian venture, a ship had been purchased?
As I think you have an exhibit on this subject, it's a prof's note from me to Colonel North, in which I expressed some surprise that he's talking about this ship with other people.
Well, let me read that prof's note. Maybe then we'll all know what we're talking about.
What's the exhibit, Mr. Lyman?
It's Exhibit 46. Admiral, this is a prof note from you to the Colonel. Its subject is "Be Cautious." It reads, in a memo from Ken to me today. Who is Ken?
That's Mr. de Graffenried, Special Assistant to the President for Intelligence Affairs.
He talks about you're offering a Danish ship under your control to CIA for broadcasting into an unfriendly country. I am afraid you are letting your operational role become too public. From now on, I don't want you to talk to anyone else, including Casey, except me about any of your operational roles. In fact, you need to quietly generate a cover story that I have insisted that you stop. Be cautious. Now, first, that is a memo you sent, correct?
It is.
Second, did you know that the ship had been paid for out of what has been called the enterprise or the funds from the Iranian arms sale?
Well, let me tell you my assumption when I heard about this ship. I assumed it was a ship that General Secord had obtained in connection with the arms shipments that he was overseeing to the Contras. I did not, the best of my recollection, recall or know at the time that this was a ship that was procured specifically for this purpose. And I think it's important to point out here, and I don't think it's really come out clear in the hearings, there was a separate presidential finding, which I can't swear to it, but I'm confident was briefed to the appropriate congressional committees, The question was, in carrying it out, as Colonel North has stated, the Defense Department was unable to come up with a platform for various reasons that we could get into in closed session. And so I thought this was a situation where Colonel North was, say, offering to divert a ship that was involved in the logistics support of the Contras to this other objective.
Now, when you said under your control, you understood this was a ship that even if it was paid for by Secord was under North's control?
I did not mean it that way.
Just a poor choice of words?
It's a poor choice of words. In other words, as I have testified in closed session already, I viewed Colonel North as the switching point in the process of supporting the Contras. Now, Colonel North is very capable, I can assure you, but he obviously couldn't do everything by himself, and I knew that General Secord had a larger logistics operation. And so when I say it's a combination of Colonel North, General Secord. I guess I did not believe that Colonel North was actually providing sailing schedules for ships.
Let me just then see if we can sum this up. As I understand your testimony, you did not think of this ship as having been paid for by the Iranian arms sales money.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Lyman. In fact, I probably thought that. I didn't think that it was procured for a purpose other than support of the Contras.
Did you ever discuss with the President of the United States that Colonel North had under his control a ship that had been paid for out of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sale?
I did not.
And when you said here that Colonel North shouldn't even discuss his operational role with Director Casey, that wasn't because you thought that Casey was loose-tongued, was it?
No, same reason that I gave before.
Because he might have to go before Congress?
That's correct.
And so that the only two people who should know about this ship in the government would be you and Colonel North.
Well, the thing that I wanted to protect was detailed knowledge about Colonel North's role in supporting the Contras. You see, I think it's important here to understand. I mean, there were at least two reasons why I was concerned about that, and none of them are connected with the Bolton Amendment applying or not applying. One is that I didn't want to get more restrictive legislation. I felt that with the present legislation that we were not covered, that if it had been intended to cover the NSC, it would have said that. Or if we were going to cut off all support to the Contras, it would have said that. It didn't say that. Now, it was very likely, if it became obvious what we were doing, that members of Congress would have maybe tightened it up. I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to return to a more covert activity. Originally, the Nicaraguan program started off as a covert activity. We had a lot of leaks for a lot of different reasons. It came out of the open. It gave us immense problems in the area because many of the surrounding countries down there aren't strong enough, and they didn't like the idea of public exposure, and it created all sorts of difficulties. Managing the $27 million humanitarian aid was very difficult because it was so open. And again, my philosophy was that the way you keep a secret is you don't tell anybody.
No.
These things, though, again, I'd like to emphasize, are consistent with the policy. We weren't making new policy.
Did you ever discuss with the President that you wanted to keep North's role secret and what he was doing to support the Contras in order to avoid more restrictive legislation?
I don't think I ever
Now,
discussed it.
is it a fact that apart from more restrictive legislation in this period, 1986, and even earlier in 1985, you were going to Congress? By you, I mean the administration and the NSC, asking Congress to loosen up Poland?
Absolutely.
And is it a fact that you were going to Congress and you asked Congress for the humanitarian aid and then the $100 million and to loosen restrictions on intelligence sharing?
Yes, that is correct.
And were you concerned that if you told Congress the truth of what the NSC was doing, that Congress would not give you the legislation that you were asking for?
The problem, as I've stated, I didn't want Congress to know the details of how we were implementing the President's policy. And I frankly think that there were many members up here that had a general idea, but if it didn't become an open topic of discussion between us, I think it was recognized that possibility existed. On the other hand, we had great difficulty, and this whole operation was being operated on what I thought was a shoestring, and we needed substantially larger sums of money in order to do what I thought was necessary. Now, in the early days of the earlier versions of Boland Amendment, I numerous times recommended that we not agree to these compromises. And finally, in 1986, when I took over, I got everybody to agree that we wouldn't compromise, and we got the $100 million.
But
I wish we had done that earlier. But I think it was a mistake that we compromised earlier.
But the man we elected to the highest office in this country made the decision the other way before, correct?
That is correct, but I think we gave him bad advice.
And are you saying that because you believe that you gave him bad advice, that you felt that you had to conceal what you were doing at the NSC?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. This ought to be this is another conclusion by Mr. Lyman. The witness has not. It sounds like a question, but it's a conclusion. I would ask that Mr. Lyman ask him a question and get an answer. Now, that is a conclusory statement by Mr. Lyman. Representative Corder alluded to it before. There is a way to ask a question and make a point, but that's not counsel's job. My understanding from the outset, and why I advised my client to cooperate in previous depositions, was because I thought we were going to be asked factual questions and give factual answers.
Counsel, I understand, of course, that in a court of law, a question expressing a conclusion might not be appropriate. But I think in a congressional investigation, it's perfectly all right. And if the witness does not agree with the conclusion or finds it objectionable in some way, the witness may so state and make it clear to all of us his objection to the conclusion. So, counsel, you may proceed. Yeah.
I think it goes beyond the question of the framing of it. It goes to what I was concerned about during the time that we were talking to Colonel North when Mr. Lyman was framing his questions, in that he is the counsel for our committee. He speaks, and when he asks questions, as though he's a voice for the whole committee. And if he frames his questions in a way that forms a conclusion, he may be indicating he's representing my view or another member's view. And indeed, that's not always the case, and that's the reason why I had been expressing concern before. I haven't often thought that today, but there have been occasions, this being one, where that is a concern of mine.
Well, I appreciate the concern of the gentleman from Florida. The counsel, of course, as you know, is not the counsel for the House Select Committee, is the counsel for the Senate. we will have other counsel, including minority counsel, have an opportunity to question.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brooks.
Would the gentleman yield for just one moment? I wanted to ask if you might suggest to our counsel that he might inquire of the head of the National Security Council which members of Congress knew about this all the time. Because if they're on this committee, they ought to be disqualified, or else they ought to be on the other side of the bench.
Can you give us some time to do that?
I had you before now. We don't want to start
I know
again.
that. Representative Brooks, I know you had me before. I'm waiting to get you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
Counsel,
I think you are too.
Counsel Lyman, do you have a question pending?
Well, I couldn't remember mine, but I do remember Chairman Brooks.
The committee will Mr. Cheney.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take this opportunity, if I might, to recognize a special guest who's here with us today, Mr. David Jacobson, who many Americans will remember as an American citizen who was held hostage in Beirut for 522 days and was released partly through the activities that are under review by the committee. He's here at the request of the committee to assist us in our inquiries, and on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank him for his efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney, for bringing that to my attention. We're honored to have you, Mr. Jacobson, in our audience today. The committees will take a recess, 10-minute recess at this time. Should I announce about that schedule tomorrow? I think maybe I should, that we will go until noon and then...
To announce because the press people
Yeah.
were quite certain.
Yeah.
And then maybe give tip to the rest of
Yeah. Council, would you suspend just a moment? The committees will resume sitting. The chair wants to announce that it's in the intent of the chair to proceed until noon tomorrow, and we will not have an afternoon session tomorrow because of the Philadelphia trip for many members of Congress. We will go this afternoon until 5 or a little thereafter. Begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will go till noon, and then we will recess until 9 o'clock on Friday. Council, you may proceed.
Admiral, you have a book there of classified exhibits, and there's a JMPE. I would ask that you look at that, and my understanding is that the cameras are not to be...
E is an echo?
Is it E? E. Yes, that the cameras are not to focus on that. Before you start reading it, let me just, so that you'll read it with some context in mind, my understanding of Colonel North's testimony is that he said that the project that's referred to there, and that's referred to in particular in the third page where it refers to a phase 1, is one that was to be paid for out of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sale. As you look at it, my question...
Mr. Lyman, excuse me a second. I'm not clear what document it is we're working off of at this point.
It's the document that is marked in your exhibit book as Exhibit 58 on the declassified version, and I'm asking him to look at the classified version so that he will see it. And the question that I'm going to put is whether you knew, whether you were told by Colonel North or otherwise knew that the funds for this project were to come out of the Iranian arms sale, and if so, whether you briefed the President on that.
Counselor, when you say this project, you directed us to a particular section of this exhibit. What section was that?
It's referred to on the page with the Bates stamp N2929, where it has a heading which is proposed concept and then phase 1.
So the question is whether the project's referred to in phase 1?
Yes, he can look at it and he'll see. It's a memorandum from Oliver North to him that requests that he brief the President on the initiatives outlined at tab 3. This is tab 3.
Yeah, I have not seen this unredacted version for a good period of time, so it'll take me just a second here.
Admiral, when you come to that page, if you look at under Phase 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth sort of paragraph there, you'll see a reference to funds.
Okay, I've read it now.
Okay, now the first question is, did you know that the funds for this project were to come from the Iranian arms sale?
I honestly don't believe so, but I must say that I have a very dim memory of this memorandum.
Did you brief the President on the initiative that's referred to there?
Well, that's my problem. I think, looking at the package, that probably what I briefed the President on was what has your Bates number 2931 on it. Because that in a much more condensed fashion covers the same general points. And I've made some marginal notes on that page, which looks to me like what I often did for something that it highlighted for me when this was in front of me and talking to the President about it, that's a further condensation of the main points that he should be prepared to talk to Prime Minister Perez about.
Now, those are your handwritten marks on that page.
On 2931, right.
And as you sit here today, do you recall whether you knew that the funds for that project were to come from the Iranian arms sale?
I honestly do not know.
Do you know whether you discussed with the President how the project was to be funded?
I don't remember, but I would seriously doubt it.
Counsel, excuse me if I may interrupt. The Chair would just like to point out that a vote is pending in the House, and members will be leaving for that purpose. You may proceed, Counsel.
Let's turn to another subject, and this is an unclassified exhibit. Would you look at Exhibit 51, which was a note to you from Oliver North.
One minute, Counsel. We got another book we need here.
I will direct your attention to that. That is a note from North to you dated May 16, 1986. If you go down to the fourth paragraph, North wrote, "You should be aware that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement."
Counselor, just a minute. We're having a problem here. The one that we have is numbered 51. Is not the same, I don't think, in this book. There's another book.
What? This is 51. It's 51.
Here we go here. Thanks. Oh, it is the same.
See it? It's hard to read perhaps in your copy, and we blew it up for that purpose, but I can review the words with you. There are only two sentences here that I want to direct your attention to at the moment. You should be aware that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement. This reduces the need to go to third countries for help. Now, is it a fact that you understood that the $6 million that Oliver North referred to there was money coming out of the Iranian arms sale?
I probably thought that at the time I read it.
Now, on this very day, May 16, 1986, do you recall that you had a meeting of the NSPG.
That's correct.
And what is the NSPG?
National Security Planning Group.
And do you recall that
it's a small version of the NSC. It has the statutory members of the NSC on it, but very few other people.
And it has, among others, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State on it?
That's right.
Do you recall that one of the purposes of the meeting was to discuss third country support?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall, indeed, that the whole purpose of the meeting was to discuss how to raise money, bridge funding for the contras until Congress appropriated more money?
Yes, I recall that was one of the objectives.
Do you recall that the Secretary of State at that meeting said that he thought that you could not get reprogramming from Congress and that you would have to look to third countries for support?
Yes, and my memory, of course, has been refreshed on this by going over the minutes of the meeting.
Right, and do you recall having refreshed your recollection that the meeting ended with the Secretary of State being asked by you to prepare a list of countries that could possibly help to be presented to the President of the United States?
Yes, I recall that was one of the outcomes of the meeting.
Now, on that very day after the meeting, Oliver North then sent you this prof note saying that $6 million was available and that this reduced the need to go to third countries for help.
Right. My recollection, of course, having looked at all this material fairly recently, as I believe what happened, Colonel North was in that NSPG meeting, and he, during the discussion, started to say something. At this particular time, my deputy, Don Fortier, was in the hospital with terminal cancer, and so I was up to my eyebrows in work, and I hadn't had a chance to talk to Colonel North before the meeting, but he started to say something in the meeting, and I thought he was going to talk about some of the Contra support activity, and Colonel North was not aware of at all times as to who knew what. My guidance to him was not to talk to anybody, and that way I had control over who knew what. And I, in the meeting, had cautioned him not to say anything, and I believe this prof's note is probably as a result of that, and he's telling me here what he was getting ready to say.
Now, since the meeting had ended with the Secretary of State being asked to prepare a list of countries for the President, did you tell the President that you had found $6 million from a third country?
I did not.
And I take it that the reason that you did not tell him was for the same reason that you didn't tell him originally, that you wanted to preserve deniability.
That's exactly right.
Now, you testified this morning that if the President had asked you about what countries were helping, you probably would have told him about this. Do you recall that?
That would have been a difficult situation, and I don't...
Because you wouldn't lie to the President.
I wouldn't lie to the President, and if he had outright asked me about it, I would have told him he didn't.
Are you saying that with the interest that the President had in the Contra movement and his concern about the dire straits it was in financially, that he never asked you which countries were helping?
That's correct. The President, as I've said, is not a man for great detail. And I don't mean that in any sort of funny way. I don't think a president ought to get involved in details. He has to maintain a strategic perspective, and he's got enough to worry about. I think, by and large, the president has the same sort of management philosophy that I do, and that is that he picks good people for the job and gives them a lot of authority to carry out that job. And he wanted the Contra supported. We were reporting to him on the status of the Contras in general terms. and he knew that they were surviving, and that was the thing that was important to him.
Well, Admiral, you said that he had the same management philosophy that you had. Did you expect Colonel North to report to you on the fact that he was getting money from the Iranian arms sale for the Contras?
I'm going to object to that question.
Let me rephrase it. You've talked about the fact that your management philosophy is to pick good people and to give them a broad mandate. That's fair to say.
That's correct.
Was it within your management style to expect someone who was the action officer like Colonel North to seek your approval before diverting money from the Iranian arms sale to the Contras?
Yes, I
Why?
think because it was a detail of implementation that was important. It didn't really, it didn't establish any new policy, but it was a major new facet of the implementation.
And just so that there's no question about it, because I don't want to keep repeating, and I'm not trying to restate things differently. The reason, as I understand it, for not bringing this to the President's attention was not because you thought it was unimportant, but because you thought it was within the objectives that the President had stated. It was consistent with the way in which the Contras were being financed from third countries, and because you thought that it was important for the President to be able to deny this truthfully if it ever came out. Fair?
That's a fair description.
Right. Okay. Now, among the mandates that you gave Colonel North was the mandate to conduct the negotiations with the second channel once the Tehran mission had failed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it also true that Colonel North was the type of officer who reported?
Yes, extensively.
He indeed probably reported more than you could read.
Yes, but I've always hesitated to tell people not to report.
And and he also was an officer who liked to get the approval of his superior.
Yes, I think that was his tendency. He wanted to make sure that he was staying on the right track.
He testified, as you know, that he believed very strongly in the chain of command.
Yes, I believe that.
And you also believe in that?
I do believe that.
Now, when he was in negotiations with the second channel, did he tell you that he had, with his advisors and assistants, General Secord and Hakim, negotiated the 9-point plan with the Iranian second channel?
I believe he did.
Did he
I don't have a strong recollection of this, but I believe he did.
And is your best recollection, and that's all we can talk about, that you approved it?
Yes, that's correct.
And is your best recollection that you obtained the approval of the President of the United States?
Yes, it is.
Now, you're aware, sir, of the plan, because we've shown it to you, as well as Colonel North's testimony about the part of the plan that dealt with the Daiwa, right?
That's correct.
And you were a subscriber to the policy of the United States that the United States should not lean on the Kuwaitis to release these prisoners.
That's correct.
These were terrorists.
That's correct, and the President felt very strongly about the issue.
Now, did Colonel North...
We had discussed that numerous times.
Did the Colonel North report to you that part of the plan was for General Secord or Hakim to come up with a plan that the Iranians could use to attempt to convince the Kuwaitis to release the Daiwa prisoners?
I believe he did. That was my understanding, that it was not something that General Secord, and I can't say that I really remember Albert's Albert Hakim's role in this, but my recollection would be that General Secord was to come up with a plan which he could give the Iranians that the Iranians could execute. Not that the U.S. government would do it, or not even that General Secord would actually do anything.
Now, did you clear that with the President?
My best recollection is I did.
Now, did you understand that General Secord was acting in this venture at the request of the United States, namely the NSC?
Yes, I did.
And did you discuss with the President that General Secord was in fact being asked to act for the United States in this venture? Did he know that, in other words, that Secord was not in this just on his own, but had been brought in it by the CIA and by the NSC?
I believe so. I can recall, and as I told you in the closed testimony, I want to obviously be very careful as to what I attribute to the President and what I don't. It's obviously an important issue, and so unless I can remember something very specific, I'm reluctant to attribute things to the President, either things he said or things that I think he knows.
And I think that's, and you know my view, that I think it's essential that it's only where you have an actual recollection that you should do that.
And so but I do have a recollection of talking to the President at one point during the Iranian project that General Secord was involved as a private individual, and that he indeed was a true patriot. I don't recall going into great detail about the mechanics of how the discussions were going on, but I always briefed the President on the results of the discussions and discussed the possibilities for next steps, and got his approval for the major next steps that we took at various times.
So, as I understand it, that you got the President's approval for the next steps in the venture, excluding, for the reasons you've stated, the use of the proceeds for the contras.
That is correct.
Now, Admiral, do you recall the President's reaction, and it's only if you recall it, do you recall the President's reaction to the notion that General Secord would be coming up with a plan that might help the Iranians get the release of the Daewoo terrorists?
I don't recall that, Mr. Lyman. This, again, happened, we were probably on the road. We spent much of the month of October on the road in the campaign. I traveled with the President on all those trips, although I wasn't involved in the partisan political activity, but I was there as his national security advisor. This probably happened on the road, and it was probably a brief exchange, and I frankly don't remember it very well.
Did you ever discuss with the State Department the 9 points that had been agreed upon?
I don't believe so, although clearly part of the, I did discuss with Secretary Schultz that we were working on a second channel. He was aware of that, and he was also traveling during this time period, and I told him at least 2 or 3 times that we needed to sit down and talk about it in more detail, but because we were both going in various directions, we didn't have that opportunity before things began to fall apart in November. But he was aware that we were working on a second channel. I think he may have been aware of the identity of the second channel. And in November of 1986, even after things began to fall apart, one of our objectives was to try to sustain the second channel. And I recall, because you have it as an exhibit, a cable that I sent Secretary Schultz, in which I told him that I wanted to set up 2 compartments, one an operational compartment in which I was willing to brief one of his people into, and a strategic compartment, which would have, and the purpose of that compartment would have been to discuss these 9 points. And other than the hostage aspect, the only other really significant part of the 9 points was setting up a mechanism for conducting future discussions, which obviously would have had to have involved a State Department presence.
Admiral, you've already testified earlier that you believe very much in compartmentalization, and not just with Congress, but within the executive branch.
It's an unfortunate outcome of what's happened in the past few years in Washington with leaks.
And can you tell me whether you recall that during the Tokyo summit in early May, Secretary of State Schultz came to you and told you that he had heard from the American ambassador to Great Britain that we were still engaged in the Iranian initiative?
I don't believe he got to me while we were in Tokyo. I recall having a discussion with him on Air Force One on the way back.
Okay, that's good enough.
He and Don Reagan and I discussed it.
And what did he tell you, that he had heard stories that we were still dealing with the Iranians and that he was concerned?
I don't recall the discussion very well, but he no doubt did. That was his position all along.
Did you tell the Secretary that you had directed your subordinates involved in this to stand down?
I don't believe that's when I told him that.
Did you tell him that at some time?
At some point, and in fact we did stand down at one point, and I'm a little fuzzy on the exact sequence, but George Shultz and Cap Weinberger and Bill Casey and I tried to have lunch together once a week, and it appears in my schedule as FGL, Family Group Lunch. And it was called that because we had it over in the old family dining room of the residence in the White House. We also had a rule that we wouldn't have the lunch unless everybody could be there, and with all the travel that all of us did, that was sometimes many weeks between meetings. And I believe in one of, or two, at least two of those family group lunches, I provided an update on the Iranian project. I recall at one of those, and it was at one point in the process, and I don't recall exactly when it was, we were standing down.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Because of the beliefs in secrecy that you've expressed, did you ever tell the Secretary of State that the Iranian initiative had been halted or suspended at a time when it was still going forward?
Not intentionally, and I don't believe I did. Now, standing down, you understand, doesn't mean we stopped. It just means that there's a pause while we sort things out. And I believe it was sometime after the February shipment and before the second hostage was released. There was a point in time there where we thought it was falling apart.
Now, did you get an inquiry from the United States Ambassador to Great Britain, Ambassador Price?
Yes, Charlie called me on a secure line while I was in Tokyo.
And he said he had heard about an initiative in which the United States was participating.
Right. He had a report from I believe British, I'm not certain of the nationality, businessman.
Tiny Rollins, that reflect your recollection?
Yes, I'm just not sure of his nationality.
And did you deflect his inquiry?
As I recall, I told him that there were shreds of truth in the story that he had been told. which indeed was accurate. The whole story that Mr. Rowlands had was inaccurate, and as I recall, I sent Colonel North a message reporting the call from Price and wondered what in the world Mr. Neer was doing.
Admiral, did you tell him it was not a U.S. operation, as you recall it?
I told him that the operation, as it had been described to him, was not a U.S. operation. And I thought that that was indeed true. Because the operation that he described was much more extensive than anything that I knew about. I also told him that if he had further concerns about it, that we could get together when we were both in Washington.
Now, but as I understand your testimony, you would deny any assertion by the Secretary of State that you told him in May of 1986 that this operation was over.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that counsel ask the question of what he did,
Well,
what he
did
thought,
you
not
tell-
denying the assertions of somebody else.
Did you tell the Secretary of State in May of 1986 that the operation was over?
I do not recall making it that definitive.
Did you ever tell the Secretary of State that the United States had actually shipped arms to Iran?
Oh, I think the Secretary of State knew that. I think that was covered in at least one family group lunch.
So your recollection is you did in fact tell him?
I think I did. In fact, I'm almost certain of that.
Did the Secretary of State ever ask you not to keep him informed?
Not in those precise words. He, in at least one or more conversations, told me that I understood that he was opposed to the plan, that he also understood that the President wanted to go ahead with it, and not that he liked that, he accepted it, and he indicated that he didn't particularly want to know the details. He said, just, in effect, tell me what I need to know.
Now, the one last question on the Iran venture. When the venture started, it was the firm position, was it not, of the President and you, that no hostages should be, no arms should be shipped unless the hostages were released.
Yes.
And by the time the venture ended, am I correct, sir, that we shipped 1,500 tows directly, that's not the Israeli shipment, that we shipped some 225 Hawk parts, we shipped some medicine, and we entered into that 9-point plan that we got back 2 hostages. One had come back as a result of the Israeli venture, and that...
But that was really all part of the same.
Well, but that's another 500 tows earlier, which I'm not counting, and that 3 hostages, more hostages were taken, though apparently, so far as your understanding was concerned, it was by a different faction.
That is correct.
Just explain to the committee how we came to go from a position which was vetted at the time the January 17 finding was signed of no arms without all the hostages to what actually did happen.
Well, obviously, when you lay out a plan to start a project, you lay out some final objectives that you want to reach and the various milestones that you hope to meet in getting there. In reality, most real-life events don't happen exactly according to plan. And you've got to adapt for that. The President's objective was to get them all back in one group. That clearly was the safest way in terms of the physical danger to the hostages. It also was a safer political way because, you know, the President was under no misconceptions back in December as to what the public reaction would be if this leaked out. In fact, my recollection is that he said that if we get all of the hostages out, we'll be heroes. If we don't, we'll have a significant problem. And we are seeing that problem today. So,
but in fairness to him, the problem was compounded by a decision
that I
you
made.
Did not disclose.
That is exactly right, and I don't mean to conceal that, obviously. But as time went on, and we were unable to get them all out in one group, because of the President's desires to get them back, plus, and I don't think that we should minimize our longer-term objectives that we had in mind once we got over this first hurdle. He was unwilling to give up, and I agreed with him.
Is it fair to say that the State Department believed that that this was not the way to pursue the longer-term objectives? We talked about.
Mr. Chairman, I want to object to this. Is it fair to say? I have the
Okay,
feeling. Let me finish. I have the feeling that somebody's trying to pick somebody's pocket when they say, "Is it fair to say?" If there's a question, eliciting facts, an answer can be given. And I must say that to ask Admiral Poindexter what is in the collective mind of the State Department in the eyes of Arthur Lyman or anybody else is a little bit going beyond the scope of what this witness is able to answer.
Mr. Chairman,
I guess
won't
you're gonna
press that question. I'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
Did the Secretary of State ever express in your presence his view that this was not the way to open the door to better relations with Iran by dealing with Mr. Ghabanifar and the Second Channel?
I would characterize, by my recollection anyway, the Secretary's position as being that he didn't think that arms should be involved in getting over the first hurdle. I don't think he particularly had a problem with Mr. Ghabanifar as a channel into the Iranian government. He didn't have any problem with the strategic objectives that we had in sending Mr. McFarland to Tehran. In fact, my recollection is that George cleared off on the terms of reference. And in fact, he, at his suggestion, we later used the same terms of reference for a slightly different purpose in terms of trying to respond to what we saw as reaching out by the Iranian government. Because the Israeli channel was not the first contact that we had or attempted contact that we had with Iran, and it was not the last.
Let's go to you've expressed your views on the contras, and just tell us as briefly as you can how it is that the NSC ended up with whatever operational role it had in supporting the contras at the time that Boland was passed and in the months preceding it when the CIA ran out of money?
I'm a little vague on this because Central America was on Mr. McFarland's agenda at the time, and although I was indirectly involved with a lot of aspects of it, it was his prime responsibility. I think that the whole thing evolved as Colonel North testified. He participated in the Kissinger Commission, the Bipartisan Commission on Central America, and Mr. McFarland assigned him to make contact with the political leadership of the Contras. As has been testified, we were concerned about the political cohesiveness of the Contra organization. They were a group that had different views, and we saw that they needed to coalesce and so that they would be stronger, not only in the field but in terms of our ability to get support for them in Washington. And so Colonel North's involvement with this evolved over a period of time, and when the first Boland Amendment came in and the CIA and State and Defense could no longer be involved, as I've testified before, in effect, Colonel North became the switching point between a private network and the Contras, and also became the primary U.S. government contact with the political leadership of the Contras in order to keep them together.
Now, did you participate in briefings of the President on Colonel North's role?
I usually went to the 9:30 briefings with Mr. McFarland during 84 and 85.
Do you remember discussions of Colonel North's role?
I frankly can't remember specific discussions on that. I think it was covered in general terms, but I don't think that every time Colonel North made a trip down to El Salvador or Honduras that would have necessarily been briefed to the President.
Admiral, the activities of Colonel North began before you became National Security Advisor, correct?
They did.
And then you authorized him to continue them during your tenure.
That's correct. When I took over, I was, as I've testified, I was generally aware of what Colonel North was doing, and when I took over, I recall a brief discussion with him that he should continue on track.
And Colonel North testified that he wouldn't do things on his own and that his activities were authorized by his superiors. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And to the best of your information and knowledge, were his activities in support of the Contras authorized by either you or Mr. McFarland?
During my tenure as National Security Advisor, I authorized in general the actions that I have heard described, and it was my understanding that Mr. McFarland had authorized the activities that had taken place prior to December of 1985.
And just so that we can identify what it is that you understood he was doing. Am I correct that you understood that Colonel North was looking for ways to support the Contras through non-appropriated funds?
Yes.
Is it correct that you knew that Colonel North had secured the services of, or encouraged, let me put it that way, General Secord to set up the Contra resupply operation?
I was aware that he did that, and I was certainly operating under the impression that Mr. McFarland had approved that.
And is it also correct that it was your understanding that Mr. McFarland had directed Colonel North to oversee the transfer of Country 2's funds to the Contras?
Yes, very specifically. I feel confident of that one.
And is it correct that you became aware at some point that Colonel North was keeping money in his safe for disbursement to the Contras, and that you told him that you didn't want him to do and he should give it back to the Contras?
At some point, and I believe it was 1984. It could have been later, but it was associated with the first contribution of Country 2. I think. It came to my attention by Colonel North reporting to me that Mr. Calero had provided some funds to him, and it was my understanding it was cash. At least that's my recollection of my understanding. And probably not in the first conversation with me on that point, but shortly thereafter, after thinking about this, I realized that although I didn't see anything illegal about it, anytime you handle cash, there are perception problems that can certainly develop, and I think that's been demonstrated here in these hearings. And I also had lived through a previous event on the NSC staff of cash.
Richard Allen.
Richard Allen. And I did not, particularly, I did not want that repeated. And so I told Colonel North that he should get rid of the money by returning it or whatever, that I didn't think that was a good idea.
Is it true that you knew that Colonel North was trying to get blowpipe missiles for the Contras, and that
Yes.
you gave him some assistance in that?
Yes, I did.
Is it true that you were aware that Ambassador Tams was working on the Southern Front with Colonel North?
Yes.
Is it true that you were aware that Colonel North distributed KL-43s to people involved in the airlift operation?
I don't recall that I specifically knew they were KL-43s.
But communications devices.
Yeah, I knew about that after the fact. In fact, I had expressed concern to Colonel North several times because of the Soviet ability to intercept commercial telephone transmissions that we needed to tighten up on communications security.
And is it also...
and I was aware that he had obtained some equipment for that purpose.
Is it also true that you knew that he was using Mr. Owen as a courier?
I'm not sure I actually knew that he was a courier. I was aware that Mr. Owen was a private citizen that was assisting in some role. I'm not sure I really understood the exact role.
And were you aware that Colonel North had a role in getting the airstrip in that Central American country?
Yes. In fact, as I've testified, that issue came up on the trip that I made to Central America in December of 1985.
Did you brief the President of the United States on that airstrip?
I did.
And is it true that you knew that Colonel North had arranged either with Felix Rodriguez or more likely an official in the country where Felix Rodriguez was working to get logistic support for the Contras?
Yes, I was aware that he was doing what he could to pave the way for the logistics effort in the surrounding countries.
And is it
I'd like to keep that general.
And is it true that you regarded Colonel North as the switching point that made this whole system work?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you
In
ever
fact,
have a sorry,
well, go ahead.
did you have a conversation with Director Casey where he said that the Contras would not be alive without Colonel North?
Yes, I almost said that, but I figured you were going to ask that as the next question.
And you shared that view?
Yes, I did. I certainly did.
And and I understand from your earlier testimony that you did not go into this degree of detail in briefing the President. Is that so?
I certainly did not brief the President in detail of all of Colonel North's activities. That would have been much too great a level of detail to cover with all the other arms control and U.S.-Soviet issues that we were constantly struggling with. But I do think that the President understood that Colonel North was instrumental in keeping the Contras supported without maybe understanding the details of exactly what he was doing.
Now, is it correct that the CIA and Director Casey, because of Boland, did not want to be told directly, as you understood it, about what Colonel North was doing?
Yes, that's correct. They wanted to be careful, and Director Casey was very sensitive to this, that they wanted to keep hands off as much as they could.
And do you recall that there was an occasion when Director Casey spoke to you about the fact that Colonel North was indiscreet and had talked about funding and some other logistic support that he was providing for the Contras?
Yeah, I would not have recalled that if my memory had not been refreshed, but I believe he did. It was not a particularly big issue, but
yeah, it was. But it then became a big issue for Colonel North when he wrote a memo defending himself, which is in the exhibit book called "Who Said What to Whom,"
right,
saying that he wasn't indiscreet.
Right.
But essentially, the policy that was being followed at the NSC was to do nothing which would create a record of any kind of coordination with the CIA.
That's correct. We wanted to be very careful to live within the letter and spirit of the Boland Amendment.
Now, and your view on the Boland Amendment you've already expressed was that it didn't apply.
That's correct.
But is it...
We didn't want to do something that would get the other departments and agencies into difficulty.
Now, What?
While counsel is talking to the witness, I might observe that the House is voting once again, so members of the House will be leaving to vote.
Because it's, Admiral, did you also want to keep what your plans and operations were relating to the Contras secret from people in the NSC and in the White House?
Yes, I did.
And would you look at Exhibit 4? I will finish it. I'm going to show you. I mean, I know it's important. I'll go make it slow and Exhibit 4 is a memorandum or an excerpted copy of a memorandum you wrote to Mr. McFarland, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you look at, we've blacked out most of it because it was, there were personal observations. There is a section on Central America, and it says there, as one of your recommendations, continue active negotiations but agree on no treaty and agree to work out some way to support the Contras either directly or indirectly, withhold true objectives from staffs. Now, why was it that you wanted to withhold what your true objectives were from your staffs?
Well, it's a little hard for me now, almost 3 years hence, to recall exactly what I had in mind, but I, just based on my general feelings on the subject, what I probably meant was that we had to make an effort to get a treaty. But my personal view, and that's what these are, my personal views to Mr. McFarland, was that a treaty was very dangerous because I did not personally believe that even if the Sandinistas agreed to a treaty, that they would ever live up to it.
But the official policy being told to Congress and the American people was that we were trying to get a treaty, correct?
That's correct, and indeed we were. And I'm not saying that anybody else agreed with me on these points.
But your personal view was that a treaty wouldn't be effective, correct?
That's correct.
And therefore, what your personal recommendation to Mr. McFarland was that you should continue the active negotiations, but agree on no treaty, and agree to work out some way to support the Contras, but not tell the staff.
At this point, I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Lyman pointed out, this exhibit is heavily redacted. It's part of a long kind of very personal kind of ideas on different subjects. I don't know if it rises to the level of recommendation as Mr. Lyman has characterized it. I think a fair reading of it is that there was lots of thoughts on lots of different ideas at a point in time when there seemed to be a little time to have some sort of an exchange between two individuals. And I think that would be a fair characterization, right, Mr. Lyman?
I accept your characterization. It was the ideas that you were expressing to your colleague.
That's right. They were musings, I would call them.
And they were ideas that you had at that moment.
That's correct.
And did you, I mean, this was a memorandum that you kept because it was something that you were proud of.
That's correct.
Now, would you look at Exhibit 47 on the same subject of secrecy? And that's a memorandum from you and it says, and I'm going to read the last line, Don Reagan knows very little of your operation, and that is just as well, referring to North. What was the reason that it was just as well that Don Reagan, the Chief of Staff, know as little of North's operation?
Well, as you know, Mr. Lyman, I have testified on this point before, and if you insist, I will cover it again.
Is it because of your concern that when people have jobs where they have to deal with the press, they may unwittingly say something?
Yes, that is correct. And the see,
I'm phrasing it as diplomatically as I can. As you can
I appreciate.
see, I've learned that since I've been here in Washington.
I appreciate
I used
that.
to be a blunter fellow.
I'm glad you learned a couple lessons down here, Arthur.
I appreciate
Apparently I
that.
forgot how to ask questions, according to you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Lyman. The point here is that there's a difference between, and I may be drawing too fine a line, but in my opinion, there are secrets and there are secrets. You know, clearly, items that have great importance in terms of our national security, sources and methods in foreign countries, for example. There isn't as much tendency to leak that kind of information, and either wittingly or unwittingly, because you automatically recognize that that is something that ought to remain very secret. Whereas the Contra support activity is something that doesn't really fall in that same category. It by and large, is a politically controversial issue, and I was concerned that people would be less careful with that kind of information, and the one way I had of keeping things secret was not to tell people.
Did you see, Admiral, that in the desire to preserve secrecy, you could so compartmentalize things that you wouldn't get different points of view and dissenting points of view?
Well, as I've said before, the policy issue here was very clear, and not necessarily all of the people involved recommended the kind of policy that the President stated. He got dissenting views there sometimes. But the policy with regard to support of the Contras was well understood. That was not a new policy. The question of how you implement it within the various constraints that existed was an issue that was something that I had to worry about.
But can you reach the point where your concern with secrecy becomes so great and your aversion to the potential for leaks so acute that even the President of the United States doesn't get briefed? Can it go that far?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this is an example. The Iranian project, the decision to try to find a strategic opening to Iran, was clearly new policy. That was thoroughly discussed with the President by people that had dissenting views. And the views and problems that many of you here may see were raised by Secretary of State Schultz and Secretary of Defense Weinberger. So those kinds of views were not withheld from the President, and he had them. I doubt seriously if the President had made a decision rather than to postpone notification, to go ahead with notification, if people would have given him any new insights as to what the problems were. And I think it's also important, and I don't think the public fully understands this, is that under the Hughes-Ryan amendment to the National Security Act, the Congress cannot veto a covert action. In other words, it's not a matter of sending the action up here for approval. The matter is one of informing for oversight purposes.
And getting their point of view.
That's right, but my point is that the President deciding not to do the notification did not, in this case, preclude his getting a different kind of view.
Admiral, one last one on this matter of secrecy on the in the executive branch on the Contras. If you look at Exhibit 52, It's another memorandum from you to Colonel North, and there it says, to my knowledge, Schultz knows nothing about the prior financing. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Mr. Lyman.
Now, at the time you wrote that, it was your understanding that the Secretary of State had not been told that country 2 or 3 or whatever numbers we now have assigned had been contributing to the contras.
That I was not sure at that point whether he knew about it or not.
And you said that to your knowledge he had not been told, and you asked Mr. McFarland, correct?
That's correct. And
Mr.
I think it's important for me to put this in perspective here. I added this second sentence. I think it should stay that way with respect to Secretary Schultz knowing about it for a very specific purpose. I didn't want Colonel North talking to anybody in the State Department about it. And but as I recall, after I sent this note to Colonel North, I did call Mr. McFarland and ask him if the Secretary knew, because frankly, I thought the Secretary should know, but I wanted that to come from Mr. McFarland, not from anybody else.
So when you said, I think it should stay that way, you really meant
as far as Colonel North.
That Colonel North should not tell him.
Yeah.
And
I'm not sure what that means.
And am I
Mr.
correct?
Lyman, can I read this again? Just a minute. I'm a little bit confused here.
let me read it so that the audience knows what we're talking about. It's dated June 10, 1986. It's 3 weeks or so, or almost a month after the NSPG meeting we had talked about on third country solicitation. It says, out of the last NSPG on Central America, Schultz agreed that he would think about third country sources. I wanted to get an answer from him so we could get out of the business. As I understand the law, there's nothing that prevents state from getting involved in this now. To my knowledge, Schultz knows nothing about the prior financing. I think it should stay that way. My concern was to find out what they were thinking so there would not be a screw-up. And then it goes on to talk about Mr. Abrams, and I'm going to come to that in a moment. Now, you did speak to Mr. McFarland after this, am I correct?
I did.
And you learned from Mr. McFarland that the State Department had, in fact, not been told about the contributions of Country 2 and Country 3, correct?
That's correct.
And it was at that point they were told.
That's correct.
And
by Mr. McFarland.
And it was your view, strike that, let me put it to you as a question. Was it your view that balancing what you saw as the needs for secrecy versus the needs of the State Department in carrying out its functions, should they have been told earlier?
I think, well, you know, it's hard to second guess Mr. McFarland in the early stages of this. I don't know. I think I would put it this way. If I had been doing it, I think I probably would have told Secretary Schultz about the Country 2 contribution.
Now, in this...
But in a very private way.
In this memorandum, there was a discussion about the solicitation of Brunei. Brunei and Israel are two countries we can mention by name. You say there that he said he had recommended a country, which turned out to be Brunei, where Schultz is going to visit. They have lots of money. It seems like a good prospect. Schultz agrees. I asked Elliott how the money could be transferred. He said he thought Schultz could just hand them an account number. I said that was a bad idea, not at all letting on that we had access to accounts. Remember that?
Well, that was not my recollection of what I said, but I guess it is what I said.
It's your note.
My note.
Now it obviously wasn't a good idea for the Secretary of State to go around handing account numbers to the head of another state. That you'd agree with.
I agree with that.
But you suggest there that the way the money should be transferred would be to accounts that you say we had access to, and I take it you're referring to the Lake accounts there. Am I correct? The Seacourt accounts?
I think if you continue on, Counselor, there's some indication of what you had in mind.
I told Elliott that the best way was for the country to direct their embassy here to receive a person that we would designate, and the funds could be transferred through him. Don't you think that is best? You were referring to the Seacourt operation, weren't you?
That's correct. I would not probably have characterized it as Lake Resources, but Seacourt, right, the private network.
Right. Now, and you understood that the Seacourt operation was...
There's a vote pending in the Senate and also one pending in the House. Go ahead and proceed, Counsel.
Is there going to be anybody left?
I'll stay.
All right. What time? I know the chairman said 5 or shortly thereafter, just for loose planning purposes. Does anybody have any idea what a little after means? About 5:30?
Admiral, did you understand that the Seacourt accounts were being used not just for humanitarian purposes, but to supply munitions and air support?
Yes, I understood that.
Did you understand that the money that was being solicited from Brunei by the State Department was being solicited pursuant to law for humanitarian purposes?
Again, my best recollection of my thinking at the time was that it was being solicited under the provisions of the new version of the law. I don't, frankly, recall making a big distinction in my thinking about it between humanitarian and non-humanitarian.
But did you give any thought to the time that what you were suggesting was that money that was being solicited by the State Department for humanitarian purposes was going to end up in an account that was used for lethal supplies?
I don't think that that possibility really entered into my thinking about this. I did not spend much time on this particular issue.
Okay. Now, there came a time in 1985, in August of '85, when the Congress got some wind of Colonel North's activities. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that came at or close to the time that Congress had just appropriated $27 million in humanitarian aid for the Contras? Summer of '85.
Yes, I'm not certain of what was happening at the time, but...
And do you recall that there were letters from... Do you recall that there were letters from Chairman Barnes and Chairman Hamilton inquiring about Colonel North's activities?
Yes, I recall there were several letters.
And I think you've already testified that there was concern that if there was a disclosure of Colonel North's activities to Congress, it could lead to some adverse reaction.
Yes, it would certainly add to the controversy.
Now,
Mr. Lyman, let me just interject here. I think do we need 2 members to have a quorum on the House side?
and I am a counsel for the Senate. You have
I have to direct that to the counsel.
You have a quorum on the Senate side. You are protected on your immunity, and we now have 2 members of the House.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Now, do you recall, if you look at Exhibit 7A, that you got you were sent a copy of the Barnes letter. I think it's 7A, isn't it? Yeah, I said 7A.
Yes, I have Exhibit 7A.
We have a number of
Well, look at just 7A, and then we'll...
pages within 7A. That's the problem.
I'll direct your attention. Look at the, if you look at the second page, which bears the number 29810, is that your handwriting on it?
Yes, it is.
And it says, this was brought up to me first thing this morning from the Situation Room. Do you want to send RCM a copy before it is staffed? And you initialed it as no, correct?
That's correct.
And then you wrote a note. Bob. Who is Bob? Is that Kimmett? Or?
Probably Bob Kimmett. It could be Bob Pearson, but probably Bob Kimmett, who was
Of
the
NSC.
executive secretary of the NSC staff.
And then you wrote, send Bud an information copy with staffing indicated. Barnes is really a troublemaker. We have good answers to all of this. Staff to, and then you indicated who would be the people to staff it, and you said North, and you put action. Now first, what were the good answers to Congressman Barnes' letter inquiring about Oliver North's activities for the NSC that you had in mind?
I don't recall, Mr. Lyman, right now exactly what I had in mind. The problem is there's a lot of water over the dam since that time, and I've been exposed to a lot of information. But I felt comfortable in what Colonel North was doing, and I thought that the letters could be answered.
Well, I had understood your testimony earlier that if you disclosed what Colonel North was doing, it could create some adverse action on the Hill. And that's why I'm asking you, what were the good answers that you were contemplating that could be given that wouldn't create some kind of adverse reaction on the Hill?
Well, again, you know, it at this point is very much a
You just don't recall?
hypothetical situation, and I frankly just don't recall what, but at the time I obviously felt that there was a good way of answering this.
Was the way you were advocating at that time that executive privilege should be asserted? Was that your preference?
Is this the letter where he was asking for documents, or?
Well, there was a letter for documents, but this is not the letter for documents. This, as you'll see, is...
This is the August 16th, 85 letter.
Right. It says, I request that you provide information, including memoranda and other documents pertaining to any contact between Colonel North and the Nicaraguan rebel leaders. And the letter from Chairman Hamilton asked for a full report on the activities of the NSC. I take it that you just don't recall as you sit here now. I'm not asking for speculation or hypothetical answers. You don't recall what those good answers were you had in mind.
No, I don't.
In any event, you indicated North Action as the staff. Does that mean that he was to be the action officer in responding to these requests?
That means that he was to prepare the first draft of the response, and it was to be coordinated with the other officers that are indicated there.
And when you suggested that he prepare the first draft of the response, was it your intention that Colonel North be able to answer that letter with finessing a description of his activities?
That's exactly right. In other
And that's
words,
why you designated him as the action officer?
That's right. Because, again, my objective here would have been to withhold information.
And did you participate at all in the preparation of the actual responses that were given to Congress?
I don't have a recollection of participating in those preparations. I think it's to understand the situation at the time. Mr. McFarland was out in Santa Barbara with the President.
You were out from, actually, just to help you, according to your diary, you were with the President
I was
from
out there.
August 23 to September 2.
August, excuse me?
You were there from August 23 to September 2. I don't want to place you in Washington when you weren't there.
No, but this note is dated August the 17th, I think.
I know, but you then were out of town from August 23 to September 2.
I was in California then?
Yes, according to your diary.
All right.
Your notes.
Well, but my point is that when I wrote that note, I believe I was in Washington.
Right,
Mr. McFarland was in Santa Barbara.
right. Then you went out to California.
We switched positions. And the standard procedure when Mr. McFarland received a letter from a member of Congress was that he would be the first one to see the letter. That was his personal preference. In this case, Kay, one of his secretaries, had opened the mail and had sent me a copy of the letter, and she was asking whether we should send the letter to Mr. McFarland before we assigned it for staffing. I read the letter and thought that we ought to get started on the staffing of the letter and to send a copy out by facsimile to Mr. McFarland. That's what the first sheet of the exhibit is, with the staffing indicated on it. And so the staffing started, and I do not recall doing much more on it after that point. I think
Did you review the letter before it was sent?
I do not believe I did.
Now,
I may have had access to it, but I do not recall seeing it, because I do recall a conversation in a year later on a similar issue with Commander Thompson, in which I asked him if he had the letters, because I did not recall having seen them before.
And did you then look at the letters?
I did not. I intended to, but just never got around to it.
When you first saw those letters, did you have any problem with them?
I would not have answered them the same way that Mr. McFarland did, but
They were more categorical than you would have made them?
I would have, I think, said it in a different way and not gone into the detail that he did.
You said that you were operating on the premise that Boland didn't apply.
That's correct.
The fact of the matter is that these letters to Congress suggested that Boland did apply to the NSC and that you were abiding by it, correct?
I think that Mr. McFarland and I had a different understanding. I've listened to his testimony. As I understand his position as explained at this point is that his observation that he thought Boland applied didn't necessarily mean in a legal sense, but he according to his testimony, as I've interpreted it, meant that he wanted things done in accordance with Boland. I don't recall that being stated quite the way at the time.
Well, in fact, as I understand the whole thrust of your testimony on this subject, it is that things were not being done in accordance with Boland as if Boland applied to the NSC, and that the NSC was engaging in the kinds of activities the CIA did because the NSC wasn't covered, and therefore it was the only agency in the government that could do it. Fair?
That's a fair description of my understanding.
Now, was there a decision, therefore, that was made, to your knowledge, by Mr. McFarlane or others at the NSC that they should not tell Congress that the NSC did not consider Boland to be applicable, and instead to tell Congress we're complying with the letter and spirit? Let me rephrase it, because did you ever participate in any discussions at the NSC where a decision was made that you should keep from Congress this interpretation that Boland did not apply? Do you understand the question?
I'm not sure.
I'll try it again. Let me try it again so that we understand. And if you don't understand the question, you don't even have to wait for your lawyer to say rephrase it. I think that you know that you can ask me. Did you ever participate?
Thank you, Arthur.
Did you ever participate in any discussion at Boland, at the NSC, where someone said, let's not tell Congress that we don't consider Boland applicable to us?
Well, you have an exhibit, I think, that bears on this. And I think it's a prof's note from Mr. Fortier to Mr. McFarlane.
About our legal fellow not arousing speculation?
I can't remember that part of it. But the point I want to make is that at various times there was consideration given by or promoted by some on the staff that we ought to go to Congress and clarify this question about third countries. And I was always opposed to that.
I think that you're referring actually to Poindexter Exhibit 5, which says, Ali believes we need to flag the possible option of a finding permitting us to seek third country support. John and I are very uneasy about raising this.
That's the exhibit I'm referring to.
And you were uneasy about raising it because you thought you might get more restrictive legislation.
That's right, and I felt, based on my assessment of the situation, that we weren't precluded from doing that.
I understand that. You acted in accordance with your convictions. What I'm asking is, did anyone else at the NSC say that, look, let's not tell Congress that we have this conviction about Boland not applying?
I don't recall having that discussion with anybody. That was the way I felt about it.
I want to say something just for the record, Admiral, so everyone understands it, that before anyone testified at these hearings publicly, when you testified in the private session, you expressed that conviction, you made it clear that in your conduct you acted in accordance with that conviction that Boland did not apply, and you acknowledged the various activities that you've testified to here. And so this is not a matter of adapting a position to a record. And you said that in your private testimony in early May.
That's correct.
And that's the way in which you operated with respect to the contras, correct? And it's that belief that you were not bound by Boland that led you to conclude that you could authorize the diversion of the funds as consistent with policy and not contrary to law.
That's correct, and consistent with the other methods that were being used to finance the support for the contras.
But it was I think that your counsel's anticipating my next question, which is, but it was your recognition that there were members of Congress who disagreed with that interpretation that led you to believe that you could not go public with that interpretation.
Counselor, I could never have anticipated that question.
That good.
May we finish our conference now?
Not really, because it's in Poland.
Admiral, please, if you'll suspend. The House is voting. We've had a very confusing situation in the House and a series of votes, and at the moment we're not able to maintain a quorum on the House side. I think we will be able to have that quorum in just a very few minutes. I think we shall have to declare a recess for a few minutes until two House members can return. My understanding is that Mr. Lyman will conclude here very shortly. Is that correct, Mr. Lyman?
Yes, but I think in fairness, if I'm going to cover the November period, I've got 25 minutes, and I don't know whether you want me to finish.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is we're going to wrap up today at 5:30. I just heard Mr. Lyman say something about 20 or 25 minutes. I know Mr. Lyman, 20 or 25 minutes translates into 40 or 45 minutes.
No,
and I think we're leaving here, as I understand it, from Senator Inouye at 5:30. This has been a long day, a first day, and we'd like to go home at 5:30. We'll be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow sharp.
That's fine, Counsel.
Thank you, sir.
We do understand that Admiral Poindexter has had a long day, and the committee wants to be sensitive to that. I think with the fact that the House is voting, we should now conclude this session, and we will come back in at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.